Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は445日目です。Is day 445. We are one day after leveling up. Level 43. It was on the short side. We got plenty of other things going on at the same time. I think this is a split day. Yeah, most of this stuff is going to be split later. We'll end up picking up these three in 7 minutes or so. Let's see, tomorrow, one set. So these will be combined with the next set. And then, let's see. Trying to see if, I think it's every 5 days from now on. So, day 2, 3, 4. Then we have a 0 day, and then we have lessons. So it looks like there's at least 2 or 3 days back to back that now we have like a day with our current unit and a day without. So that's where we're gonna take our extra days and then reinvest it in Bunpro or something else that's going on. What is today? The 29th of March. 31. So today's 29, 30, 31. Wouldn't be too bad. Then we 31, the 31st of March is when I'm going to be writing a tentative take on Bunpro after the N5 cycle. So more on that later. Trying to collect my thoughts on that at the moment. Things are getting later and later. My start times are getting a little bit later. All right. Okay. Dang, lots of characters. Oh yeah, that's right. The vast majority of its characters, because we have fewer vocabulary words this time around. Sugoku. Enko. Ofuda. Ofuda. Nisemono. Oops. Nureginu. Agaru. Oh, so loud. Uh-oh. Grip.
握手
Akushu. Oh no, not grip. Shake hand. This is grip.
握力
Ryoku. Or grip strength. Little
潜る
Moguru and Kuguru.
円滑
Enkatsu.
Muragaru.
Garu.
Kakko. Noki.
No. Oh, slide. Definitely go. Oh no, it's not do.
Suberu.
滑る Numa? No.
承諾
Shotaku.
Nigiru.
Not pivot, right? Grip. Oh no, it's the same. It's just a grasp or grip. Thought it might be different. Sounds a bit rough. Oh, whoops.
同様 包み
Tsumi.
夕方
Go. I wrote more. Makoto ni.
誠に。
軍艦島。
と
ゆる。伺い。
YOLO? Okay. Just kidding.
沼田。
Something like that. Fine.
高校。
Oops.
駐車場。
Oh.
唱える。
駐在。
新鋭。
薄まる。
優雅。
電動。頻度。営利。巡る。くそ。Wait. Oh. 白状。
Oh, no, wait. Email, key, voice. Oh, glad, happy. That's fine. Similar thing.
Junrei.
頻発
Okay. Hmm. It's something's wait.
鋭い
名誉。
Hmm. Oh,
隣人。生殖。電柱。
増える
薬剤。巡回。防腐剤。
透け
Get
る
it.
妖精。
林家
戒める。
戒める。
薄弱。
排除
捕獲。
捕獲。捕獲。
どの。
携帯
薄い。
つい。
雅楽。
春菜
春菜。
雑
雑
誌
誌。
服
Oops. Oh,
首
首
相
相。
訓
訓
戒
戒。
歌唱
歌唱。
堀
堀。
隣
屋
屋
敷
敷。
衝撃開国
開国。
怪しい。
獲
獲
物
物。
敷金隣国
隣国。
合唱団
団。合唱団。
ギダ
兼ねる
る。うーん。Oh, no, wait.
駐留軍。殿様
うん。
しきりに
きりに。
吐いた
吐いた。吐いた。
廃棄
中日兼用排出排水
柱
あ、wait. うん。
ガチ。兼業。
兼業。
茂る。
る。
内堀。
り。
了解。
警戒。かける。
外堀。
うん。
読書。
薬剤師。
不幸。
or how do I find
営業。
敷く。
衝突。
え
洗剤。
近隣。透明。
獲得。獲得。
獲得。
獲得。獲得。
拉致。消化。
something like Azuaru. Something's missing. Oh.
携わる
携わる No. This one's probably one of the
Zai. 巡査
従順
Okay.
Kezuru. 恵む 交代 類
募金 削除
小石 類打
Reader.
戦闘
狙い
臨
臨
界
界 仮装 Oh. Wait,
仮
仮
装
装
戦う 崩壊 あと 聴力
海底 累
累
進
進 Oh, wait.
遺
遺
跡
跡 Leave behind. Oh.
湾
One.
台湾
Taiwan.
高専
Osen.
眉間
Miken. Oops. What? Okay, fair enough. Oh. What? Hmm. Oh.
知恵
Jie. Uh-oh. So,
契約
Keiyaku.
掲載
Keisai. Sai.
漁師
Yoshi.
応募
Obo.
葬式
Oski.
終身刑 弾力
Danyoku.
死刑
Ge. Eh? Oh. Kind of.
下旬
Yejun. Uh,
派遣
Aken.
望む
Nozomu. Oh, what? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. It's not that. Wait, is it? No, it isn't. Lost it. I have a block. Hold. Professional writing. Remember what the Oh yeah. When are you visiting your When are you doing the visit? Pretty sure this is writing. Oh, that's tenacious.
執筆
筆
絹
Inu. Tomorrow's first day. Definitely notice any differences so far. Been here one day. Oh, I see. Wait. Have you never traveled to the US? Or have you? Hinder. Is that hinder? Yeah. No, it's not hinder. You did for summer camp for 2 weeks around 7 years ago. Oh, okay. Oh no.
人
香水
取る
Toru.
聴者
Tosha.
陣営
Ine.
弾丸
葬る
Omuru.
弾む
Hazumu.
刑罰
Keibatsu. Oh. Oh boy. Definitely K.
刑事
Keiji. Keiji. Straight? Oh, Keiji. Hmm.
ケーキ
Keiki.
掲げる
募集
Nope.
刑
刑
務所
務所。
臨時
臨時。 Nope.
Skau.
Hmm.
Mayu.
Mayu.
Sogeki.
How does tipping work? I have no idea. I think tipping on YouTube is kind of like bits on Twitch, I guess. You get a message, and that message gets highlighted, and then they take like a percentage of it, and then I get a percentage of it. I don't remember. No idea.
反抗する。 玉。
Tama.
投資。
Toshi. Hey, you know what? It really is like IRL, honestly. Yeah. If you in. Oh wait. Oh, you're talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. Same difference. Actually, same difference. Yeah, IRL is the same difference. You take a percentage of the service. Usually, depending on where you go, 10%. 10% is tipping. It's the same difference. The idea of like internet currency is very similar to tipping in the United States. You tip because you want the service that you pay for, you already pay for, but you're tipping because you simply want to give a percentage of the a percentage additional. So when you tip in IRL, they'll say it on it. Since you're traveling with your parents, that's not a big enough party, so usually gratuity is not included. So you just tip based on a percentage of the service, and it's usually typically revolving around a service. The reason why, one of like the more generalized reason why tipping exists in the United States is because that is how service workers get supplement their payment, because they don't get paid as much, making the assumption that tipping is involved. The typical lowest bottom line tipping is 10%. Fancier areas 15 to 20%, and then like sometimes your go-to places may be higher. When you're purchasing something nowadays in like the city area and whatnot, how the tipping works is it comes up as a prompt on the electronic device that tells you what percentage of the paycheck do you want to pay. So it starts at no, like it's probably gonna give you like no percent, or like no tip, 10%, 15%, and 20% as choices, as opposed to telling you what the amount is. It's based on how large the service is, what the cost of the service is. So it scales with the magnitude of your service. Suck. Decrease.
削減
Okay.
ケーキ
Is no tip like saying the service was bad? Hmm. Sort of. Sort of.
旬
Like, putting into perspective is the idea that many service workers in the United States, you could call it like paying with an extra step. So the interpretation from a foreigner, in my opinion, is that when you pay for something, you're paying for the entire service, right? So the entire service that is expected in the United States is the cost of the bill and the tip. That is the entire service. So like, this is where like cultural boundaries happen all the time with perspective. Like in Japan, a lot of people could argue, oh, there's no tipping in Japan because everyone gets paid an honest wage and they always pay adequately for their service and they're paid to do so. Well, psychologically, that creates subjective differences. However, objectively, there actually isn't a difference, because if you decide that the honest pay is the payment of the service plus the tip, it can still be the same amount. So for example, if someone is working in the United States and let's just say they get paid, we'll use like a hypothetical. So we'll use some round numbers. These aren't real numbers. Let's say $10 is worker A in a non-tipping environment gets $10 and worker B gets $8 plus an expected $2 tip, right? That's 20%. That's very generous. Let's go and use 1%, like 10%. So despite objectively, by supply and demand, right? By supply and demand and rates, despite both of them expecting $10 on average for their services, so online and other places that don't tip, they see this as a fair wage, right? Because this is constant. So the nice thing about constants, much like life, is that then the service is constant. So other things will be consistent. Your service will be consistent. So this would create a smaller range. Like, for example, no tip, and tipping thing. So their service would have a smaller range. In a tipping country, this is my personal opinions and not quite based on hard stats, more like behavioral logic. In a tipping country, the service is going to be having a wider range. But whether the country has tipping or no tipping, the overall average could be comparable. You could have two countries that either have tipping or no tipping. There's no statistical variation, in my opinion. There's nothing to prove definitively that a tipping or non-tipping country produces an overall average, above average, or a higher relative quality. Their averages could be the same, but their ranges are very likely to be different. So oftentimes when people compare it to the United States, because it would be a country that doesn't have tipping, typically right now it's very trendy to compare Japan to the United States. The average service may not be that great, greatly phenomenally different. It's the how often you get good case scenarios and bad case scenarios that are compared. You can see that it's probably going to be more consistent to find a below average example in a tipping country to compare to a country that has no tipping, which has a consistency. Now, you can have a country that has no tipping that has a below average quality because they're in a country that maybe is in strife or other factors. Then this entire country will be consistently below a country with no tipping. So that's kind of the idea. So in this case, when you say, is no tipping like saying the service was bad? The answer is kind of. Because it is yes. It leans towards yes. The reason is that you can also tip above the average. So like if say this person was expecting $9 plus for every $10, $9 come from their employment and $1 from as many people they serve per people they serve, right? But occasionally they can get $2 and then occasionally they can get $0. So how does this like behaviorally create a subjective nature? It gives the customer liberties and entitlement. So how does that, what does that do behaviorally? It creates a larger range because depending on the interaction between the customer and the server, the customer is responsible out of their voluntary nature to supplement the server worker's thing. So in this case, it's constantly a range of interaction of whether this person's doing well or not. And a lot of, you can make an argument. Lots of times people from a non-tipping country would look at this like, well then servers are encouraged to like be pleasant. They're forced, right, to like be pleasant. As in, one of the consequences that people talk about is in the United States, servers can, like people who offer servers, not like only in restaurants, but in the hospitality industry, for example, they can become overly polite. Like it's to try to get tips from the person. And it also can create backlash. So like creates desperation. So there's a wider range. What happens here is that this is a system where there's interaction between a customer communicating that the server is consistently poor, as in if a server gets employed and they consistently do not receive like or below average tipping, it is a feedback that says that the server is not doing really well. And in the service offering could push back and say, well, it's because the customers are bad, etc. So this creates a separate step of interaction between the customer and the service worker. In Japan and other countries, you can make an argument that the employers pay them well enough, so this means that they have a constant service, which means that there's an acceptance clause. You get what you pay for. And there's technically no obligation to do more than that. Now, a lot of people may argue, well, it doesn't stop you from going above and beyond, right? Like, we can pick fondly examples of Japanese people who go above and beyond their calling. So they would offer, like, let's say their thing is worth $10, but they would perform like it's worth more than $10, like $15, because they take pride in their ownership and whatnot. And it's like, that's another way, but those are good actors. They are good actors within a constant service. The nice thing about having a fixed no tip line is there's a bottom line, right? You have to present a service that is worth the value, and it's the value that's determined. There's no opinion coming from anyone else. So that's why, in my opinion, a tipping culture creates a larger range, because the person who's offering the service also gets monetary feedback from their customers, and then the customers can communicate their feedback through attacking the monetary gains of a server worker. And this creates a huge potential point of exploit, which is the employer. So if an employer can lower the rate, or they can find reason to lower paying the server worker because they are performing well and getting a lot of tips and whatnot. So that's where, like, a lot of people cite, like, that's one of the rotten parts about a tipping culture. That's looking at the pros and cons, though. That's one of the cons. In a constant service with no tip, well, if the employer dictates your salary and no one else can help you, then if you do not get paid enough, you never get paid enough, right? And in a culture that doesn't have tipping, then there aren't people who are benevolent enough to help you in the first place, because it is expected that it is rude to do that. So that's kind of like one of the trade-offs. So those are pros and cons. So if you take the con of a tipping culture, you also have to consider the cons of a no tipping culture. A no tipping culture means that customers don't also express and empathize with another service worker. They are likely to get paid and expected that a service worker do their due diligence, which is like, it works for a country that has higher standards, right? Higher standards, relatively speaking. Oh, do, for example, servers not get paid properly without tips included? Typically not in the United States, because it is expected that the common practice is that tips supplement their salaries or their wages. And in fact, how tips are separated and shared in an operation is very different. They can differ, like, not all the time. Sometimes, like, the tipping goes into a pool and then redistributed among the server. So, like, for example, there are different tipping distribution, which I only know of some of these because I used to work like odd and end jobs that dealt with tipping. So tipping can end up being it can be pooled together, then distributed again. So oftentimes when you like tip somebody, like say someone is performing really well, that doesn't mean your tip necessarily guarantees to go to that someone. It depends on how they sort their tips. And this is where, again, more points of exploit. When you think about really bad actors and like cynicism, oftentimes the tips may never even make it. Like, this is pulling a bad actor. So we're talking about worst case scenarios, just keep it with a grain of salt. Sometimes when you tip someone and you think you're tipping them, it might never get to them because it depends on the employer. So when people try to compare like, oh, what's the benefit of tipping or what's not the benefit of tipping, and then what's the benefit of having a fixed service thing, a lot of times it comes down to the employer. So one of the biggest gaps in like morality or ethical concerns regarding services deal with if you no tip versus tipping, how many times or how frequently is this vulnerable to employer exploit? And that's where I would have to concede. I think there's a higher variance in employer exploiting server workers, at least in my opinion. There's more opportunities to be exploitative when it comes to this compared to like a fixed value. From a customer standpoint, no tipping means you settle. Tipping means you have influence overall from a customer standpoint. So that's a different thing. That's a different perspective. So like a customer can communicate whether they appreciate someone's service or not, whether it's obligatory or not. And then in the no tipping side, it is a neutral ground. So if you give gifts and like tipping, it comes with like apprehension because it can come off like it's inconsistent how that's communicated. So you always am neutral. So if you are really, for example, if you're a really nice person, you still don't express it in that way. It's purely business, right? This creates a business atmosphere. And that's good and bad depending on where you are. For myself, I don't call it tipping most of the time, but anywhere I go, I genuinely like, if it's not money, it's a compliment. If it's not a compliment, then it's compassion. So born out of this tipping thing is the idea that you have a responsibility to be a good customer, and the server is treating you like a good customer because there's some dependency on what the transaction is. Here, you don't have to. And I know like in Japan, like we're using Japan because that's a very trendy example. It's always like really good when it's good, right? However, if someone doesn't, if you don't like the service, you also can't be upset about it either, or you can't say anything about it because you got what you pay for. So that's kind of another thing. In the United States, it does happen for better or for worse. You can communicate that you had a bad time, which that's bad or good because some people do better when they are receiving feedback, right? So that's kind of one of the things. There's risk involved, there's stakes involved in the United States, and it's business only in tips. Like, we're again not picking bad actors and good actors to compare the two. When you think of the norms, ultimately a fair wage is a fair wage, right? The logic here is, do you get paid up front the $10, or do you get paid $9 and expect the customers expect a behavior that makes up that cost when everything is equal? when the economy and the imports and the cost of living is equal, ultimately the behavior is one extra transaction. And if you have one extra transaction, to me there means that there's going to be more noise. Maybe it's just your experience so far, but you really feel like service staffs are trying hard to make customers happy. That's the consequence. They act more enthusiastic towards us and try to refill. Yes, because of the tipping service. And when you think about, like, a lot of times people think that money is disingenuous, right? It feels like it's overly, like, they're pressured to do so. That's kind of what service workers are. Like what I mean is, that's kind of what is built in this system. So like you can have someone who's cold if you want here. The idea is it $10? Like if it was $30, then you would probably expect someone to be even better, you know, warm, right? Compared to the $10. Here, if you have someone, you can have the difference between someone who gets $9 plus 3 versus someone who gets $9 plus 0. So the range it can create a large range. So when you get a good service, it feels like they're consistently trying very hard. And then when you get just someone who's having a poor day or is not cut out for the thing, then your experience gets really low too, which is what creates this like variability. Update, you have finished Wakotabi for the time being, or at least up to the cliffhanger they leave you on? Oh, interesting. Beth, congrats. Yeah, so that's kind of the idea, Mika. You're going to feel, and then hear me out, I'm not saying you're not going to encounter the opposite, where someone just like, they give you your menu and they don't like come back for 30 minutes. It can happen. The range in a tipping country, the range is larger than a non-tipping country, in my opinion. But your average, when you spend a lot of time in a country, and if those countries are indeed equal, despite the variation, their average experience overall is going to be very similar. You're going to have good and bad times. The idea is, are you someone who's willing to gamble, so to speak? Gamble on the idea that you're going to have an above average experience? Or you prefer something consistent, right? If you prefer something consistent, I feel like having less movable parts makes it, you sort of want to see the opposite now and doesn't come back for 30 minutes. Sort of reminds you of experience in France, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure, I can't speak for other countries, but I can tell you that one of the things that make people non-tipping like countries come to the United States, what's very uncomfortable is sometimes to them it can feel fake, right? Like sycophanting, kind of like brown nosing. And it's hard to know whether it's because they want money, like your tips, or they're working hard for your tips. It's a idea of perspective. If you're working hard for tips, isn't that part of a service job? You see what I mean? Like, Mika, like if you're working for a monetary incentive, isn't that the idea of a service job? Like, for example, if you worked hard and there are no tips, are you, as a customer, are you supposed to feel less guilty or uncomfortable? Because to me, I grew up in a tipping country. So if I go to Japan, right, like this is where the foreigner culture happens a lot. Like a Japanese person would say like, oh no tip, like this is my job, I take pride in my job, I ask for a fair price for my job, and you shouldn't have to tip. But from me, from a tipping country, like I don't care how much I paid, like okay, it's $15, that's a fair price, I totally agree, but I want to give you more than a fair price. Like that's kind of the idea. So feeling uncomfortable is kind of the idea, but it's uncomfortable because it's not expected that people express it that way. Like for me, like when I see a price, if I can do better than that price, I would tip it. So the good actors and bad actors balance out, like for sort of like for myself, when you're in a good place, like obviously economy varies in the United States, like the classes vary in the United States, but for myself, like I feel uncomfortable and guilty when someone is performing above and beyond what they're asking for, because I get to choose how the pricing to some extent. That's why the tipping culture is different. Where like if you say you're doing a $10 job, like if you ask me, hey, I gave you this product, it's $10, and I'm telling you it's not $10, it's worth $15. Can you take my $5 because I think you did $15 for me? That would be, it can be constituted as rude in a non-tipping country, because the person who's working know what a fair price is, and they would humbly decline. Obviously they would humbly decline, but the idea is that for the worse, you know, you can have bad customers, but you can also have good customers, or customers that want to do that. And that's kind of where like things get a little weird. And I talked about this quite a lot before, because we've gone to countries that are non-tipping. I'm actually kind of curious how many. I think there are more countries that don't tip than tip, maybe. I'm not entirely sure now that I think about it. Usually the United States is used as an archetypical tipping country, and then they typically then are compared to the average of a non-tipping country. So the thing about no tips though is that we have to remember, for every example you pick around an average, right, you can choose to pick something that is outside of the range of it. And oftentimes, when, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I don't know the statistics, in my opinion, most of the time the negative examples, they stick out a lot more. And I'm not going to speak for other people, but for myself, right? Before you go, here's the thing. For myself, when I think of this, when the negative stuff, it also helps me appreciate those who go above and beyond. And that's the glass half full and glass half empty kind of situation. One of the behaviors that Americans have a lot of time is when they go to another country and it's above average, like say their average experience is down here and they encounter all above average from a different country, they want to show their gratitude. So that also comes from the idea that there's a tipping culture. If it was a no tipping culture, you pay for what you get. That's kind of the idea. So if they perform below, you never come back. Like there's no variation. So if they suck at it, then they suck. It's not like they have an off day or a good day. They simply know what they're providing, and they're not expected to do more or less than what they're supposed to do. So that's kind of my day. On that note, you'll head off for food. I wonder how this time. Yeah, definitely share, Mika. I actually think that's really interesting to hear about what you think about service workers. Anyways, thanks for the opportunity to chat. Good luck with tomorrow as well, if I don't hear from you. It was a good place to stop. Now you can focus on reviews since you were getting in over your head. Oh yeah, now you can like have some breathing room, right? I think the Wakotabi team, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but I think whatever they have set up is a good way, like it's a decent way to make it so that the learning is a little bit more a paced for the learning experience, right? Because you have to practice still. How would I feel about daily summaries of the days go? Sure, Mika. As long as it doesn't like disrupt, right? You should be doing, like, in my opinion, you should be doing these things for yourself. Like, it's not the idea that you're doing daily summaries for someone else, but again, I do encourage that if you're not already doing it, sure, I could be a reason for you to do daily summaries. But generally speaking, I would say you should encourage yourself to do that for yourself as well. Like journaling is an incredibly cathartic and possibly very useful skill in the future. Like when you work and have an employer and have to study at university, being able to record keep about your daily things can become invaluable. So, but if I am a reason, then definitely go do that. Yeah, like the class channels. Yeah. For yourself, obviously, discreetly for yourself. And then in the future, when you do all these things, it's easier to explain to other people. Like what I mean is, I do daily summaries all the time for myself. So if whenever someone asks me, hey, what happened last week? Like, did anything happen? I can choose to disclose that. It's an adequate way of practicing. But when you're going to work, you're going to have to keep journals and logs and whatnot anyways. So it's a skill that will challenge you to see how well prepared you are in the future. Because when you get to a point in your career where it's incredibly difficult to keep track of everything and you haven't developed the skills to already do that, it can be a learning lesson. Personally, if you already start doing that at a younger age, then that becomes an invaluable skill later. I mean, especially when you get older, there's lots of things going on. Yeah, so, but I would be more than happy to like be involved in your daily summaries of your days. Like, you were really starting to fumble through the reading and sentence construction. You figured it out, but you do need to practice. Yeah, Beth, I hear ya. That's kind of, I said this quite often when it comes to like learning Japanese and Chinese lately, or most of my things. I spend like 80% of my time practicing and applying the things I learn. I don't actually spend a lot of time learning things. And what I mean by that is my separation is that when you learn something, it's new, right? It's new exposure. Or you can, I would even argue, short-term exposure. And then practice. Practice is the life part, right? The habit part. And that's everything else. That's your scalability, which is what you're talking about. The scalability when you're starting to fumble through things because there's a lot, it's starting to stack up. You try to find the scalability. Address scalability is through practice. And then refinement, right? Refinement and iteration is through practice. If you're constantly learning, you have less and less time to do refinements and stuff. So then a fumble becomes a tumble, and then a tumble becomes a stop, right? It's kind of like when one of your wheels fall off, do you keep going or do you stop, take a deep breath, fix the wheel, and then continue, right? You could keep going, and that's kind of how I feel a lot of times when it comes to the hustle culture, the internet hustle culture. When something goes wrong, sometimes people don't slow down. They just keep going, and eventually they find that they end up in a rabbit hole so big that it's unscalable. They no longer can scale the problem anymore. You did plan to do daily log things here. Just wonder if you want to be in on it. Whatever you're familiar, like Mika, you get to choose. Like I am excited to hear. I mean, I would ask questions. So if you already write those logs, you can probably answer those questions. But feel free. It's your prerogative if you want to share or not, Mika. Yeah. So I think the whole idea of making language learning into a live service is kind of novel. Like, what I mean, not novel. It can be very appropriate, especially when they're trying to like meet forward ending. The downside, one of the cons about like making a like what Wakotabi team is doing is that they have an uphill battle with people who don't practice. So like Beth, right? When you think of needing time, I need time too to practice. I need time to practice. However, that doesn't stop. Like if we take it from like, let's live outside of ourselves. I would say still the majority of their target audience, like what the Wakotabi team, the majority of the target audience will be impatient. And here, this is what impatient means to me. A person is impatient when they are upset that they think they know everything. That to me is one of the major sources of impatience in this age, right? And oftentimes impatience also mean a lack of practice. I'm not saying it's always that case. It's more like a degree. A person who is impatient, who is constantly upset and believe they know everything there is to know, so that they never have to practice anymore because they're getting reduced, diminished return. And it is possible. It is possible for someone to be too patient, right? But a person who is upset about being slow is not the same as a person who is too impatient. These are contrasting behaviors. So oftentimes an impatient person can argue that they are patient, but they keep saying they're upset it's too slow. That's hypocritical. It's a paradox. If you are a patient person, you would not be upset about it being slow. You would simply state that it is slower than the thing is slow, not that they're upset it is slow, right? Because an impatient person naturally would be upset that the thing is slow. When they keep telling you that they're not upset and raising a funk about it, then they are not patient enough. Now, for a too patient person is someone who practices way too much, right? They practice a lot and they get diminished return. Like if they are nearly 99.9% accurate and they continue to practice that, then their growth might hinder themselves by constantly staying in the comfort zone. So that it does exist. To me, they are unlikely to be the same person. However, with the same person regarding one thing. A single person, though, any single person will have things that they are too patient about to their liking and patient about to their liking. And it's a great idea to understand which of those things they are. And when it comes to like learning another language, I find that more than 50% of the people are impatient. It's under the impatient category. Like, what's too patient? The same person, there's a excellent correlation of two patients, and one of the two patient people, like, this is one person. What are they too patient about? Methodology. They are impatient about content. That is the same person. I think the most common correlation right now, I would say, in the language learning community is the two classical problems. People are too patient with their methodology. So when something works, they have no reason to learn more about how they work, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't improve it, right? So when someone says, "Oh yeah, I'm playing Wagotabi," right? And the Wagotabi team will probably have encountered this tons of times. Wagotabi team's first criticism is, "Oh, the content, it's too slow. No one's gonna ever become fluent going as slow as Wagotabi team," right? They put out things, they don't cover enough things, while at the same time, this person will then say something like, the criticisms is based on the idea that you only use Wagotabi to learn, but you only stop at one method, because they expect that they only want to invest in one method and be patient about it forever. They don't ever want to learn other methods and combine them and whatnot. So it's usually the same person. Usually these things are wild because it makes the person upset about themselves. Like, they would be impatient about content, but you don't have to only use Wagotabi. You don't only have to use Anki. You don't only have to do WaniKani each day. You can swap up the methodology. The thing is, most people become too complacent and comfort in their singular task. So this is one in the same people. The argument that like content is not good enough to become fluent or fast enough to become fluent is also that they lack practice in exploring their methodology, right? And to me, that's kind of what I do most of the time. Like, the content will come as it comes because the content's not going anywhere. So whether I encounter the content or not, the idea is I need a lot of practice. And if I am going to spend my time practicing, I better start practicing a lot of ways to engage in the content, because that's when my accuracy and my consistency will go up, because I have less and less points of failure in my understanding. And that's what I feel the Wagotabi team is trying to do. They're trying to like create slowly different ways, right? Constantly different ways, so the content moves slow, but the methods continue to diversify. So as the content goes up, with every additional method, the content gets doubled, it gets tripled, right? If you have one method, it multiplies by the content. If you have two methods, it multiplies the entire content base. 3 methods. So that's kind of like if you learn one language, it's great. You can stick with that. One method of expression is great. But the moment you learn 2 languages, everything you've learned with that one language gets doubled over by that second language, right? So you're multiplying it's multiplicative how greater scalability you have when you have more methods. So that's kind of where the practice comes in, at least in my opinion. Practice comes in because the moment you attack a different way, it's gonna scale. It's gonna be like gigantic scaling. So it's okay that you've been on this language training since before Corona. But since the little C, sometimes you think you're going too slow. You gotta find your way, you know? Like, my thing is, what is too slow? So, too slow is when you're acing everything. That's too slow. So if you're not acing everything, then it's not too slow. What's too fast? Too fast is when you go below your threshold of comprehension, which I typically, for myself, my standard is 80%. So when you start like tanking, right, it keeps tanking and it's not increasing, then you got to slow down. So what I mean is, what is between too slow and too fast? Well, over time, your accuracy is supposed to go up, or whatever you're doing is supposed to go up towards this. And the moment you get closer and closer to, like, say, for myself, I keep it around 80%. So when I do 80%, it's not like one-to-one how I gauge 80%. But what I mean is, if I am operating at my best, at 80% is what I muster. That's the sweet spot for me. That's the sweet spot. So when I go faster, if I'm worried that I'm accelerating, my 80% is gonna start dipping. It's gonna progressively get less and less consistent. If I'm slowing down, like I'm consistently slowing down, my accuracy can go up. Now, there's also the thing that most people focus on, where they keep their accuracy the same, like their approach the same, so their method stays the same, right? Their method stays the same, and they're hoping with everything the same, their accuracy goes up. And that does happen. That's the classic thing that people focus on. Slowing down and speeding up is not what people typically use to help them get higher quality learning or like stability. They typically believe that when you improve, you keep pushing to improve, and that's how you improve. And I agree with that. That is the most classical way. The question is, are you operating in a area that keeps you pushing forward, or are you slowing down too much, right? If you're thinking about slowing down too much, that means you're constantly operating at your max and you're not pushing hard enough. So the idea is you can use your results to see from time to time whether you need to speed up or slow down. If you're constantly getting higher and higher marks, then you have to make it more and more difficult for yourself. The idea is it has to be difficult enough, but not too difficult. And that deals with your behavioral maintenance. For myself, once I dip below 80%, I'm like, I gotta slow down. Let's get back to 80. Can I get a solid 80? Because the idea is your new 80 is not the same as your old 80. I think this is one of the problems that I have with people, how they evaluate. What they do is they would say something like, oh, I used to get 80%, and now I get 90%. Yay me, I learned something, right? Right? But then if the 80% becomes 70%, you're like, now I got stupider, right? I got stupider. That's not true. That's usually not true, because these 80, not only is it not exactly clear whether this 90% is because you learned more things or the 70% is because you got stupider, because you have to standardize the 80%. If you're responsible for, say, like you're responsible for 1,000 kanji, for example, right? If this involves 5,000 kanji, you are no longer performing at the same efficiency. Like, what I mean is 70% of 5,000 is still greater than 80% of 1,000. 90% is dramatically greater than 80%. So what has happened here? There's often, when someone sees a spike in their performance, their methodology changed. So their overall process and efficiency went up, as well as learning new things. Usually when you have someone who's consistent methodology, this is how I like discern between someone who's more focused on exposure to new content versus working on their process there. Because when you have someone who's an 80% student, they will continue to be an 80% student. Does that mean that they're not learning anything? No. It means, like, if they are an 80% student and they are studying a subject, right? And then they're still an 80% and that subject increased in volume, that means this student was able to learn something. But the learning deals with its content. Because 80% of the new volume is more. They have learned more. This, to me, is net speak. This is the net perspective of the internet. You hope... I can't spell perspective. You're hoping that you can maintain the 80%. So, like, if you're getting 85% right, you have probably an 85% accuracy. Beth, if you continue to play Wagotabi and continue to get 85% accuracy, that means you are successfully being consistent about your learning method, because you are maintaining the same method or a similar method, and you're constantly learning and juggling even more volume than you had before. So it's not getting worse, and it's not getting better in the way of your method. But you are learning a lot more, and you're practicing a lot more. The whole idea of practice is when content stops flowing, and your accuracy then would go up. So I think a lot of times, and hello there, Sing Sing, sorry. We're kind of in the middle of a fun little topic. When accuracy goes up, to me, how accuracy and precision is often most accounted for in practice. And when you're practicing, your volume stays the same. Your volume as in like novel volume. So what I mean by novel, just to make sure, novel volume means, like, say you have N5, right? This volume is constant. And then when you practice that, you are expecting your accuracy and your precision to go up. That is the natural expectation. So that's when you know you have improved in your constant volume. It gets complicated because most people, what they do is they push up volume while they're trying to increase their accuracy and precision. And in a perfect, beautiful world, you're hoping that as you're learning more, somehow your accuracy and precision is also going up. To do that requires that you also practice better. And that is usually involved in methodology. If your method doesn't improve or change over time, rarely does your accuracy and precision increases with its volume. So how do you get better at that? What typically, at least in my opinion, and you clearly recognize that, Beth, is to take some time and reduce the rate of volume increase. So oftentimes what I would say to someone who's like trying to hustle along in their perspective and they're worried if they're going too slow or too fast, the question is, are you maintaining your accuracy? If you are, while increasing your volume, then you're not too slow. You are going just right. Now, if you want your accuracy to go up, if you want your AC to go up while you're increasing your volume, you can do that now. Because as long as you can maintain your accuracy while you're increasing the amount of volume you need to remember, there's opportunities to increase the accuracy while the volume is increasing. There's another way to increase accuracy, which is what you're suggesting. You lower how quickly your volume is going up, right? So your new volume, this is new stuff. You can lower the pace of your volume to allow your accuracy to catch up through practice. So now you're spending less time learning and more time practicing. This is how I feel like it's a loss in translation whenever someone, not you, Beth, obviously, but this is the kind of dialogue that I would love to have a conversation with anyone if they're interested. A lot of times I hear things and they tell me about their results, what they do, like, oh, how's your week? How's your month? And then when they describe what they're expecting, oftentimes they want the cake and eat it. They typically, when you're learning something, you think that accuracy is going to go up as high of a volume as you can get. Your accuracy typically gets lower when you're moving too fast. So in Japanese and Chinese, that's what happens right away. Like someone's like, oh, okay, I need to learn 2000 kanji. Okay, what if their thought is, well, I only have enough time. I only have 3 months in the year to study. I guess I'm just going to slam all the 2000 kanji into a 3-month period, try to spread it out as much as possible across the two. And then they're like, okay, well, that's cool. But while they're doing it, as the 3-month comes across, they keep focusing on accuracy. They keep thinking like, oh, their experience is supposed to get easier, right? Like as they escalate their volume. It's not possible. Your accuracy always goes down when your volume is out of control. Like you have no time to process what that is. And that's what speedrunning is. Now, this is kind of ironic when Sing Sing says speedrunning. Now, speedrunners don't actually do this. And we're not talking about so hang on. I want to make a adjustment to pay homage to speedrunners, right? So there's people who run fast. And then there, the hustler. There are hustlers. Not like people who hustle other people, but people who hustle along. There are hustlers, and then there are speedrunners. Speedrunners is like greater than 90% practice. So the act of speedrunning is based on a low volume practice. And when I mean, again, low volume meaning low novel volume practice. So whenever you see someone like speedrun a game, right, like a video game, they have played that video game so much and they have practiced it. That's how you speedrun successfully, right? A hustler, what they do is they speedrun with no practice. So, hey, we're gonna get in this rocket without rails or any cautionary tales, and we're gonna go as fast as possible. What are you gonna do? You're gonna crash. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna burn out and crash. So, I'm playing on Xing Xing's comment, and I know that Xing Xing is talking about the hustler, the one that runs fast for the sake of running fast. You can't, like, speed running Chinese is like running with no direction. You just want to go fast. It doesn't matter which direction you're going. It doesn't matter if you're on track, you're on a rail, or you have safeguards. You just run and go as fast as possible. That's kind of like a kid running running on the beach, right? So if a kid run on a beach, which is, by the way, I'm not saying it's always bad. There's time and place to be speed running willy-nilly versus speed running with a direction. So, like, you could imagine, here's like a top-down view, right? You can have a kid who runs really fast and get here in, I don't know, 4 hours. And then you can have a very slow person who simply methodically goes and still take 4 hours. That's kind of the difference. That's kind of what I'm describing here. In fact, most of the time, this would be the speedrunning course. So this person would take 15 minutes, right? Because and this is figurative. We're not talking about literally running a straight line. It's more like they've practiced so much that they understand how to get to their destination, how to get to their results to the point of great practice. So there's less variation. When you're simply just running as fast as possible, eventually you derail. It goes off the mark. There is a use for this, though. There is a use for this type of behavior. It's not for accuracy, though. This type of behavior, accuracy, like, usually accuracy goes down. This is good for exploration. When you're trying to, like, spitball and shotgun and rapidly go through different types of methodology to see. So in the beginning, you would test a lot of methodology and it would take you every which way possible. So you want to go fast, right? Go fast. That's fine. This is for, like, perusing and browsing. When you're trying to increase your accuracy, doing this while you're thinking your accuracy goes up is unlikely to happen because you have no consistency, right? So to me, when someone understands these things about themselves and how they tweak it, that's when you have the best of both worlds. Like, you can choose how to balance this. For the most part, though, I would say whenever someone relearns things again, especially self-study. Self-study is tough because self-study is implying that you know how to do this. Self-study, the one thing that people aren't used to anymore is that they don't need to learn anything anymore. Like, what I mean is they don't need to decide how they learn something anymore. Oftentimes, there's enough people in this world who posted their methods or something and you can imitate it, right? And then eventually get something nice. So that means that, in my opinion, most people spend like 80% of their time wandering like this, you know, wandering around, and wondering whether they're going too fast or too slow. Meanwhile, I'm like here most of the time. I'm like, well, all right, well, I got to do this. Once it gets to like 90%, then I can speed up again. Once it gets to 90%, then I can speed up again. So most of the time, I don't even focus on content most of the time. My question is my accuracy good enough? So I do something, right? I do something. Figure out where my accuracy is. Say the first time I do something in the first month is 80%, right? That seems good. All right, well, then if I continue in the second month, my accuracy goes up to 90%. I'm telling myself, okay, now I can speed up. Because if I speed up, I'm expecting it to drop back down to 80%. I can push myself harder. This is like, I'm not sure if you're into working out, Beth, or Xing Xing. This is like progressive overload. Where so my 90%, these things are kept same load. So it's under the same load, but with practice, my accuracy went up. So that means then I can take on more load. So this, when I push myself and it goes back to 80%, this 80% is not the same as this 80% because my volume went up. So if you give yourself enough time, you practice until your consistency goes to an acceptable rate. And then you ask yourself, how much faster can you go? Can you load on more things so that you can still achieve an adequate enough accuracy, but now you're taking on more work? And that, to me, is what makes someone patient. Because they understand they're no longer like worried, am I too slow? Am I too fast? To me, the life lesson is a patient person has grip and understanding whether they're going too fast or too slow, which makes them less anxious. They're no longer anxious because what I can say is if I keep acing everything, then I need to go faster. So I can pile on more work because I need it to be challenging enough so I'm getting more volume. So when you think of a speedrunner, especially like a speedrunner of like a video game thing, they're like pushing themselves as hard as possible because they nearly got 99.9% of the content. So they can push themselves as fast as humanly possible because the content is no longer the restriction. The novel content is not. And if you're wondering what kills a speedrun, RNG. And what is RNG? Novel variables. So when someone is so well practiced, any novel introduction into the speedrun will throw their potential consistency way off the mark. So that's kind of like, that's the idea of perfectionism, right? And for myself, I usually go around 80 to 90%. So whenever someone asks me like, why am I burning out trying to chase high accuracy, and then while I'm chasing high accuracy, I'm burning out because I'm constantly churning more volume. It's because it's a double whammy. One of the biggest double whammies in my opinion of the internet hustle culture is that somehow when people think of progress, they think that their amount of volume escalates while their accuracy goes up. That is lucky. If you are lucky, very, very lucky, this can happen for maybe beginner gains. Like I call it the beginner phase, right? Beginner phase and the honeymoon period. And that's usually in the beginning. So like when you're thinking about like a learning curve, right? usually it's like you hit a learning curve that's in the beginning, and this would be the beginner phase, right? And then there's a honeymoon period, and then everything else is dependent on your personality. Most of the time, people just launch back down to the bottom on their progress. Like, it's not maintained because there's no maintenance. You are unable to maintain your practice. There's no... When you have both disciplines, typically what happens is you can take advantage of the honeymoon period, and then eventually this occurs. This is where you normalize the dip and you start continuing to go, because here is where you constantly maintain your accuracy with also your volume. Let's not talk about how I study. It's very chaotic. So I'm sharing this because I constantly share this because there are people who may feel like they're too patient, which, by the way, being too patient doesn't mean you don't feel anxiousness, right? That's not, they can still occur. When you're too patient, if you're telling yourself you're too patient, not just patient enough, if you're too patient, you're going to constantly ask your question, am I going too slow? Like, I feel like everyone moves a lot faster than me, but I don't know if I'm moving too slow. Like, how can I tell? Should I compare myself to other people because they have better accuracy than me, but they are also going faster? That's kind of the two things. So the two things that I typically want to mention when it comes to going too fast or impatient, too fast or too slow, is how's your accuracy? And when I mean accuracy, I also mean consistency, precision, are different things. These are different things that you can use to measure yourself. Are you consistent in your habits? If you're consistent in your habits and it's not like declining over time, then you're moving just right, right? If your precision, like how often you nail the same results, right? Consistency is a combination of accuracy and precision, colloquially. So if you're constantly right and you're consistently right as your volume is staying the same, then you're doing great. If your accuracy is going like, if you have an upper limit, like your accuracy is 100% now, and you have no efforts in creating your habit, then there's room for you to speed up. But oftentimes people use accuracy, consistency, and precision as a readout for how much they learned, which is not true. This is a very big misconception, in my opinion. How much you learn is not accuracy, consistency, precision is not heavily a reflection of learning out. Some of it is, some of it, but it's not a great readout for learning. Learning deals with volume control. So, like, if you know, this is where other people use like things like, oh, if you know 4,000 kanji, 4,000 is greater than 1,000 kanji. Yes, I agree. This is how most people say, oh, that means you learned something. I agree with you, right? Learn something. This does not measure your performance. This measures your progress. And oftentimes people simplify this and think that progress is equivalent to performance. And that's where the math falls apart, because performance and progress, in order to compare these two, they have to be with respect to time. So when you factor in time, how's your accuracy over time is a performance measure, right? And you can sort of measure your progress with accuracy over time. Not the pure accuracy with no specific time in mind. Is accuracy over time. When you want to measure progress, is accuracy over time per volume. So now you understand, now you, with accuracy over time per volume, which is really complicated, by the way, hence why I don't really talk about it, because it's so hard to imagine how you're going to increase your accuracy over time as your volume also goes up, because that's why you need per volume. So this is a third order, it's a third order interaction, and that's how most people are measuring their quote-unquote progress and performance. I agree that they're trying to measure progress and performance at the same time, but you don't necessarily have to think of it that way. If your accuracy is going down, you need to slow down. Like in novel volume, your volume control has to go down so it makes room for you to practice your existing volume. If your accuracy is consistent, it's just right. You're moving at the rate your method is able to accomplish. That's scalability. Your method is scaling properly to the method. If you think you're moving too slow, but if you want to move faster, you have to improve your methodology or increase your practice time. So like say Beth, I'm gonna use your numbers that you have. You say maybe 85%, right? If you want to move faster, then there's a chance you can choose to increase your volume. And that is understanding that your accuracy might get lower. So when you know this, it's okay, because you know that you are actually learning more at the cost of having to juggle more, right? Your method is not going to move as fast as the volume because you have changed it. Now, if you want to keep your accuracy higher, you can try to create new ways of increasing your accuracy. So you can introduce and refine your method. Then what will that do is that it may maintain your accuracy, which is what most people intuit. This is how people believe learning happens, which it kind of does in the beginning. When you learn something new, you're hoping that it affects your method. As in, the more you learn, the better your method becomes intuitively. So somehow you are able to maintain your accuracy. Which, Beth, that's what I think you're doing. If you're able to confidently say that, oh, you know, I've been using Wakotabi and my volume keeps going, new volume keeps coming in, and then I just want to go faster. And if you go faster and you still maintain your accuracy, that means you actually, whatever your method is, it's getting better. Like, it's getting better because more volume typically means your accuracy gets lower as you're increasing. But if you're able to mitigate the accuracy drop, it means that you are also, your method is getting better intuitively or analytically if you want, as you're learning. Alternatively, you can just you can also ask yourself, okay, my accuracy sucks. Like, I don't like 85%. I want to get to 95%. So oftentimes you can decouple these. Instead of increasing volume, you're not going to increase volume anymore, right? No volume increase. You're going to increase your practice time. And the idea of the practice time is supposed to give you an intuitive route to increase your methodology, if you can. Now, oftentimes people don't increase their methodology. Like, they don't do this part. What they do is they rely on sole repetition. That means that, yes, your accuracy does go up as long as you invest in more time. Practice is time. So what I mean is, here's what most people do as well, right? If they believe their accuracy is not good enough, and they realize that they can stop learning new things and they go to practice their accuracy, what they end up doing is, the only factor that they end up doing is increasing the amount of time. And they rarely innovate on the way their methodology works. So oftentimes you can combine the two. So in both these ways, these two are the lacking things. The lacking things often is someone thinks that when you learn more volume, you magically will have your methods improve as a scaling, which is not typically true. Like, it doesn't really create that dramatic of an effect. In fact, most of these people would say bad habits destroy their routine. And bad habits are something they intuit as opposed to manage. And then here, when they do repetition, this is the Anki problem. This is the Anki problem. They believe that, okay, well, the volume is too high, so we'll stop doing the volume and we'll increase the amount of practice, right? That will get so big if you do not end up intuitively, if you're lucky, intuitively make your methodology better. There's no scalability. So at some point, you'll be studying and the volume would be so big that you just don't have enough time to practice all of it anymore. That's the no problem with Anki. I don't know what you mean, James. I think you came in at a very... I don't know what you mean. But anyways, so the idea is that the person using the tool is having a scalability problem. Thinking you dislike Anki, that's fair. It's, you know, there's preferences. And the idea is, when we think about Anki, in my opinion, the ones that have the problem, I don't know what James mean by no problem with Anki, maybe they're speaking for themselves, but the people that I typically encounter that do have a problem with Anki, not that Anki has problems, is the person having a problem with Anki eventually. Is the idea that they believe their methodology doesn't need to change in order to fit the scalability of their practice time. And then the other way is the blasting way. The person believes that if they increase the volume of what they learn, somehow it will create their method will scale with it. And to me, I'm biased here, so I'm not going to beat around the bush. Most of my time is invested in understanding how my methodology changes when I'm, or could change while I'm practicing. Actually, most of the time I do spend 80% of my time practicing because it typically offers me the most opportunity to work on my methodology to scale to the volume. So I have to save time, right? Scaling to that. And when I think about volume is usually lower on my end because I'm more focused on methodology. But when I'm learning my volume, I'm also focusing on methodology because it's easier, in my opinion, to intuit other things personally. And the only argument or supporting evidence I have for that it is easier right now for whatever combination of habit formation you have is easier to intuit, focusing on accuracy while increasing volume or increasing your time to practice, is that most people do that. So like, if most people do that and they think they don't have any problems with Anki, for example, like James, then they can proceed to continue doing that. I'm taking that as a confirmation of my null hypothesis. So in order to challenge that notion, I do nearly the thing that is not usually considered conducive. which is focusing on methodology. And that's what I have been doing most of this time. Did I lose or gain as much as someone else that I've seen or followed? No, I have not. Not that I am aware of. I would say the gains, for example, the objective gains, are negligible. Now, there is a caveat to this. The subjective gains are very different. Like, I'm consistently happy. I mean, I'm not anxious or worried or something like that. I'm not burning out or having concerns about meeting certain things. That's a different story. People can power through that, right? Like, you can go and play video games to offset your subjective burdens from studying and whatnot. I don't. So that's a choice. You use your time, right? This is what I think. When someone says, like, I still don't know what James means, but I don't ever say I don't have any problems with anything. I always have problems with something. I always have positive things with something too, because I'm always evaluating those things. Going around saying that you don't have something or do have something, in my opinion, is exactly illustrating my point. It's easier to do that than scrutinize the things you're doing, right? So, pick your poison, I suppose. Well, it helps that you've been learning other methods for years before you start. Yeah, Beth, that sounds amazing. Like you mentioned Renchu and whatnot. You still use Renchu and you're tempted to get back into WaniKani. Oh, so you have used WaniKani. Did I know that? Did you mention that before? And then, of course, Xing Xing dislikes Anki. And then James have no problem with Anki. All of the above. Well, my thought is, Beth, to like wrap this kind of topic up today, is that understanding, like, in my opinion, not that I know the answer for you specifically, understanding the factors that causes your accuracy to either go up or down versus, like, these are your readouts, right? Understanding how your readouts and, like, precision go up or go down based on your actions, right? Then this is based on your methods. It's a great way to, like, remove your doubt, or like, not necessarily remove the doubt in whether you're going to succeed or fail. It's more like you have a direction, so it creates a bit of predictability, and I think that goes a long way to being successful, quote unquote, whatever successful means. I think oftentimes when people say that they either have problems or don't have problems and whatnot, and if they describe it to other people, you would get enough feedback, right? You would get enough feedback to, like, reassure yourself that that is the case. For myself, when someone says that, oh yeah, your accuracy goes up as you learn more, or you continuing to try to learn more, I disagree. I think that's a fundamental fallacy. It's a logical fallacy when you have to learn more that you think your accuracies can go up. It's initially going to go down. I mean, like, that's the whole nature of learning something new. If you think your accuracies can go up as you're learning more, then the stuff you're learning is not new. It's different from saying how useful your knowledge is, like how efficacious your knowledge is. And we haven't even talked about efficacy, because accuracy is not the same as efficacy. Efficacy could could be related, like accuracy could be a property of efficacy, but being useful, your skills being useful, have not that great correlation with accuracy alone. Like, for example, someone could be entirely 100% accurate in English and it doesn't help them with Japanese. Or you can have 100% Japanese grammar and not write anything. Right? So we have to remember that efficaciousness deals with application. We need to think about application and appropriateness when you're thinking about efficacy. Yet the most common metrics that people use are readouts. Their readouts tend to be some sort of measurement that is easily measured, like the time practiced, accuracy, right? Accuracy, it's usually just time and accuracy most of the time. Volume, or not necessarily volume, but a cumulative volume is the word I would use. So like if you learn 10 today and you learn 10 tomorrow, like for example, cumulative volume is erroneously used for progress a lot of times. You learn 10 kanji today, and then tomorrow you learn another 10. So obviously you have learned 20 kanji, right? If you're evaluating the efficacy of this, you would say something like, oh, well, I learned 10 kanji a day. Right, 10 kanji per day. Right? And they would call it efficacy, as opposed to efficiency, which sometimes people use the word efficiency. The efficiency is that you learn 10 kanji a day. This is not efficiency. This is rate. You're thinking of a rate. Because if you're learning 10 kanji a day and you're forgetting 10 kanji a day, then you have zero efficiency. That's what I mean. So like when people talk about, oh yeah, I got to 2,000 kanji in 1 year, and like 1,500 of it is inaccessible, then you are getting closer to efficacy and efficiency. Your 2,000 kanji per year is a rate. Rate doesn't dictate efficiency. It contributes to the understanding of efficiency. So that's fine. So when you're asking if you have problems, right? Often when people say problems or does it work, am I going right too slow or too fast? Oftentimes it's skipping many steps to efficiency or like efficacy. So people are thinking about, is it effective? And effective requires that you understand what your application is. And that is very hard. I mean, I'm still kind of exploring that. Not that I should be a gold benchmark for that type of thing. But when someone says you don't have a problem, it would require that you be able to describe what your application is and how that's not a problem. Right? So if you're too slow, what conditions are you talking about in order to know if you're too slow? Not that you can measure something and then use that arbitrarily as a metric. A rate does not determine its efficacy. Oftentimes, whenever someone advertises an app, they talk about, oh, you'll learn 100 kanji in a month. That's effective. Like, that's really effective or efficient. Right? Like, to what end? I can tell you there is an argument for this. You could say it is efficient and it's effective if you simply want to be exposed to kanji. So, like, when someone says this app is effective and efficient at 100 kanji a month, or a rate of 100 kanji a month to expose to kanji. That is the application. Then I agree with you. Its rate of effectiveness is 100 kanji a month for exposure. This doesn't tell you if you remember the kanji. This doesn't tell you what the retention rate is, right? This doesn't tell you how much time per unit of study, right? Of study with respect to retention rate. That is what is inferred. Most people, this is what I would call, all these arrows is what I call a leap of logic. They assume, most people assume, that if you have a rate of 100 kanji per month, that is equivalent to efficacy and efficiency, because they are assuming that when you are exposed to this, you have 100% retention. And that every unit of time for study is 100% dedicated to the exposure of the kanji. Therefore, it creates a 100% efficiency or efficacy rate, or efficacy at this rate. That's the only way, in my opinion, that you can argue that the rate that an app advertises is equivalent to its efficiency, because it is 100% retaining the effect that you want, which is to never learn the kanji again. And that is what I call a leap of logic. You have to make many leaps to assume this number has anything to do with the efficiency of an app. An app can blast you with 3,000 kanji in a matter of 30 seconds if they want it. How effective is that? You don't know. They could say, oh yeah, you get to see like 4,000 kanji in a matter of a year. It's like, good for you. You have a rate of 4,000 kanji in a year. That narrows, you can divide it by 365, and then you get like the rate of kanji per day, for example. It does not, without the condition of it being effective, you do not know if it's efficacious or not. And that's, to me, the most common thing that's advertised to me by other people, by other individuals who believe their performance is working, their progress is working, they're measuring their progress and performance based on rates. And those rates are not contextualized to their efficacy. Like, they don't rationalize how that measures their understanding. So for me, when I was going into that digression with you, Beth, is the idea that if you want to know what is too slow, that you kind of have to gather your thoughts about, so if your accuracy is 85% now, what's happening later? Like, what's happening after a certain amount of time? If it's still 85%, you contextualize, you need other context. What are the conditions? The conditions may have changed, and those conditions will give you your idea of whether this is effectively too slow or not. And that's going all the way back to the beginning. If you're able to do that, in my opinion, you can make anything. You can make most things work in a way that will, I feel genuinely, will be satisfying to you. I think for the most part, these type of tools, right, WaniKani and Renshu and Wagotabi, is hoping, the trust that you have is that you understand whatever their metrics they're using, they are holistically telling you enough metrics that'll keep you going. I think that's if I had to be general, that's the bottom line. Because if they keep you going, that's also good for business. Good for business and also good for the user, right? So whether the metrics are good or bad, they're metrics, so they're objectively neutral. How you use them is very important to me. So if you're looking at your metrics and you say you don't have a problem with it, then you don't have a problem with it. If when you follow a metric and you get a performance result that was unexpected, like you performed worse than what the metric would suggest, then you have a problem with it. And the idea is a human, at least in my opinion, a healthy, intelligent, or like self-sustaining, independent human would be able to resolve that. It would be like, oh, okay, so now I can offset the metric read and discover why my performance, which is a reflection of efficacy, did not meet the metrics that I've used to determine my projected performance. That would be a great way. No, you tried the free levels of WaniKani back in Corona time? Oh, I see. Free levels of WaniKani, yeah. It's a great question. I love talking about this stuff, obviously. By all means, we can talk about this all the time if time permitted. And this also takes time away from practice, so obviously talking about theory and concepts and stuff are great to help one. In my opinion, talking about this and sharing about my ideas make me feel more and more comfortable about my techniques and my approaches to studying and learning. And I highly, in my opinion, encourage others to do so as well. Challenge other people's theories, challenge my theories, present your cases, because speaking of that is time well invested, in my opinion. Like, so I may sound incredibly daunting and overpowering when it comes to talking about the relationship between like studying, learning, and all that stuff, is because I really think it's incredibly important. Now, I hope that doesn't discourage you or other people from doing the same, because in my opinion, when you're able to do that, most of the time other things become more comforting. Like you spend less time worrying about, oh, what if I don't learn this enough? What if I encounter this problem? And the idea is, well, you've said this tons of times, you've shared this with other people, we've collaborated or discussed in ideas, and that creates comfort. It's not that different from the methods used. I'm basically commandeering methods from like solving other types of problems. Like, for example, if you have anxiety, right? If you have anxiety, depression, grief, midlife crises, legacy problems, ultimately one of the greatest boons to human condition is if you talk about those things in a manner that suits you and creates elements of control. Humans are incredibly robust at solving their problems, each other's problems, our own problems, and so on. So, and with that, I think humans do not have capped potential when they have that. It is those things, the uncertainty and like demotivation, burnout, misconstrued leap of logic, a bit of brainwashing, maybe gaslighting, overexposure, brain rot. Those type of things would ultimately, in my opinion, limit a human's potential. Kind of a morbid like tone to end up on. We'll spin it around the other way. Without those things, if you're able to talk about most things that you're thinking through, and then you're able to discuss it and talk about it, everything just feels a lot more comfortable. Like, what I guess here's something that I would love to ask of other people in the future. When I rant and digress on things or talk about things that someone else volunteers, do you ultimately feel more comfortable over time or not, despite not contributing to the conversation? If you do, then that's kind of what I'm trying to portray. When you talk about these things and you like start talking about it in a way that you're curious about the way you think or the way you do things, in the long run, you will, in my opinion, you will feel better about things, like more confidence, not in like an arrogant way, like you know the future or something, but more so it'll be all right, things will work out, and it ultimately feels encouraging. And then when you're encouraging, right, but the nice thing is these things are radiating. So if you're someone who loves to talk and make mistakes and talk through things, the people around you will typically would also feel that same groundedness, that same like comfort, like, oh hey, like this guy talks a lot, but he's talking about making mistakes and how to solve those mistakes. Like, well, if this person can talk about mistakes openly and then talk about how to do think about them, I can too. And then when you do that, then you do the same for other people. So that's kind of the wonderful thing about encouraging each other. Anyways, yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I guess now what are you gonna do as far as Wagotabi goes? Are you gonna do, I don't know how Wagotabi keeps you reviewing, so what do you do in Wagotabi for reviewing? I still have yet to wait for that one. I'm waiting for their update. I'm waiting for their new game plus update. Like, this is when I'm gonna go back to Wagotabi, because I want to play the new game plus mode. I don't think they've released it yet though. I'm waiting for it. We'll have like an entire Wagotabi update thing. I'm pretty sure the last time I played Wagotabi, it was a little bit after the castle that had the master that had the listening exercise in it, the radio exercise. That one stuck out to me. Now that you are caught up with Wagotabi, you're probably ahead of that. But what do you think of the radio thing? The radio thing was pretty great. They had an exercise where you could only answer the questions by listening to the radio. I wonder how hard they're gonna lean in on that. Oh wait. This is Miracle.
Kiseki.
Kiseki.
Gyosen.
Okay. Keep
Kiku.
it. Oh, listening can be difficult. You're glad they let you repeat it? I know, right? It was kind of... I really like that mechanic. I hope they do something more with like listening to like scattered sounds and whatnot. I thought that part was really neat. Imagine what they can do. There's so many things they can mess around with, because it's basically, in my opinion, if you take a puzzle game and you just throw on the concepts of the puzzle logic onto using Japanese, there's so many permutations you can do. What are we doing? Okay. Alright, we're gonna finish the stuff here.
抵抗する
盗聴
Tocho. Shoo. Where? This is probably like clingy or being attached to. Oops. It's not shoe for sure. Thinking of not the correct thing here. Huh. Sometimes the voices seem not quite enunciated enough, but it could just be your hearing. I don't think it is. And I actually think it's intentional. Or that's its normal pace dialogue, not slowed down. I think there was distortion deliberately to make it sound like a radio thing. So call it like a interesting practice. You know how like when you're watching a horror, like I don't know if you watch horror shows or something like that, but you know how like when you get into get into like a train, right? And then you hear the opening announcement, like the person who's like speaking through like the loudspeaker and stuff. I think there was a bit of distortion to make it sound like the thing, and I think that was why I thought it was kind of clever. But at the same time, I can understand why a game would want to enunciate, a game that's teaching another language would want to enunciate. But I think they kind of did a little bit there where there was a bit of a radio-ish distortion, like a speaker-ish distortion, which kind of reminds me of like playing, I don't know, I don't usually play Resident Evil games, but you know how you go through a haunted train station and you kind of hear that little buzzing sound. Obviously conflict of interest here. Sometimes atmosphere, like appropriateness, is not conducive to like ideal learning environments. Like imagine if your learning environment is related to you by listening to a haunted radio. I tell you now, if you really want to quote unquote test your English skills, man, some of the trains, when you get on a train and they like listen to the intercom, I can't make out. Now hear me out. There's this really funny New York thing, this New York joke. Whenever you get into like the New York City subway, it's shocking how well humans are great at not having to listen to enunciation when their propensity in hearing changes. But I can never, like, to me, I don't live in New York City long enough in my life. I can't understand a word they're saying. Like, it's so muffled, it's like echoey and boomy. But there's always this running joke where you're a New Yorker local when you can understand the subway intercom system. And I totally agree. Oh, another one would be like in New York City there are apartment buildings and they have intercom systems. So they have intercom systems, kind of like you ring the doorbell and then they talk to it. I can't understand a word they're saying. Like, it's so staticky and peaking and whatnot. So usually what whenever we visit, like if we have a relative or friend, we would buzz the intercom, right? And you would hear the person's voice. And all I think about is, does that person sound like the person that I'm looking for? If it is, then that's it. Otherwise, I can't understand a word they're saying because the quality of the intercom is so different from, like, for example, right now we live in this type of space, right? Like, whatever my mic quality is right now is probably pretty average. It's the average expectation. But then when we play like video games and other things, the moment like distortions are thrown in, like why is this I'm highlighting this is because that's how great our ears are, or like our habit systems. We get to a point where when someone says like a word, you know, slightly pitchy, it could end up being, I have no idea what they're saying, to, oh, I'm just like that and I know exactly what they're saying. So I think that's pretty humorous point. I totally, for the record, I don't remember what video it was, but I did do that radio thing and I had to listen to it over and over again. It was very, I was not understanding some words. Like, wait, like, is that, eventually you get it, but still, imagine listening to the radio these days. I don't even have a radio. I don't know where I would even get a radio. I guess you could go to like an old thrift store to get a radio. I think phone calls are still kind of whack. I still make phone calls. Like if you call customer service, you just don't know what type of quality of receiver you're going to get. So to me, the whole listening to the radio thing kind of reminded me of like calling customer service, and a customer service goes through an office building, which goes through many different landlines, and then, or hear me out, waiting music. I don't know, Beth, when was the last time you've called customer service where they put you on hold? This, like, you hear a song and you're like, I think I know the lyrics, but I know what this song is, but I can't understand a single part of the lyrics because the way the distortion happened from like how landlines work. There's actually a physical reason why this happens, like how landlines work and whatnot. I remember, I think Hank Green explaining this kind of cursorily, the concept of why is holding music at like customer service places are still like incredibly terrifying, like because they still use a physical system. Anyways, all right, let's get back to this. I've been delaying this because I have no idea what the read is on the right. Oh, I think I know.
執着
執着. You only need a brief time to clear your mind. 執着. And what was 執着? Like attachment to something? Okay. Whoops.
刑事
Keiji. Keiji.
上旬
Oops. Not 10 weeks. First 10 days. Okay.
戻る 昭和 崩す
漁業
I don't know if Xing Xing is still here. How are you, Xing Xing? I'm kind of just gone off. Oh, I see. You have a Crimson Desert crest now. Sing Sing, have you played Crimson Desert lately? Uh,
募る 川
Ooh. 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 Hadi. 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 Ooh. Really? Okay. That's unexpected. Huh. What is this? Like characteristic? Or something like that? What? Oh, wait.
象徴
Docho. Like a feature of something? Indication. Phenomenon. Indication. A sign. Oh. Huh. Not a phenomenon. Uh, yeah, the left side is definitely phenomenal. And the right side is a sign or like an indication that combined to give me. I thought it was more like a characteristic feature or something. Uh, Ants? Let's come back to this. Oh, there's only one other thing.
サイド
Idol. Heck. Huh. No. Well, that kind of sucks. Combined with Teki. Imi ga arimasu. Meaning. Oh. I still think it's like something like I still think it's going off the phenomenon. Oh, it's probably instead of a sign, it's a symbol. Same difference. To me, it's same difference. Okay, we got the other two. What do we have? Two more. The heck? Except business? Oh, instruction. Oh, I guess we'll just call it lessons. What?
授業
Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay. Good.
服
All right. What do we have? What time is it? Ooh, it's almost 10. We're at a great time today. There was a lot of fun discussions, or me monologuing anyways. Great opportunity. Okay, so tomorrow looks like 192. That's okay. And then we'll have this, so tomorrow is day 3. Then we have a 4, and then we have another 0 day. 0 day is going to be the 1st of April, right? This is April Fool's Day. 30th, 31st. Wait. 29, 30, 31st. So this day, it's good. Good timings. Good timings. We're gonna have our methodology tentative take on Bunpro on Tuesday. It's gonna be exciting. Get excited, folks. Sorry, I keep quoting Dr. Stone. He says, oh, the English, like the Japanese equivalent of get excited over and over again. Whenever like a problem comes up and he needs to solve it, it's finally getting exciting. Get excited, folks. Oh, this is the second day, so we kind of had to go through all this. So let's do this. Definitions. What do we have? Got the rare, air, tributes, charm, distance, expose, gesture, hinting, right, hide, instant, hedge, different type of hedge, dignity, seal, pipe, tube, cylinder, consolation, Chastise. Chafe. Rub. Slap. Concurrent. Point. Or delicious. Gentle. Or soft. Sink. Peace. Crystal. Mie. What is Mie? Destroy. Nourishing. Furnace. Harp. Alright. So let's do our reads. Oh no, not our reads yet. Day 2. Our mono keywords. Chin. Let's go shoot. Little kill. Road. Okay. That's it. Bro. Chol. Sock. Arky. Eagle. Yeah, same one from yesterday. At least seal is there. Food. Home. Tokyo. Eagle. Cho. Ma. Natsu. Toku. Saber. Sheep. Jewel. Chin. Thigh. Shogun. Two doggos? No. Met two Jesus. road, and coat. Okay. End of 2. Okay. So, Shin, rare. Setsu, air, coal. Tribute, Shu, charm. Kyo, distance. Ro, expose. Boku, pasture. That's it. Printing. Ro, right. Cho, hide. Toku, instant. Kaki, hedge. Eat, dignity. Fu, or ho, seal. Actually, fu, ho, I'm not sure. Okay. Yep. Onyomi, they are. Ho, pipe. Eat, consolation. Cho, chastise. Ma, chafe. That's it. Rub. Boku, slap. Se, concurrently. Shi, point. Or delicious. Ju, gentle. Chin, sink. Ai, peace. Sho, crystal. Metsu, destroy. Metsu. It's onyomi. I'm not sure if I wrote onyomi yesterday or not. Made me question. Ji, nourish. Ro, furnace. Koto, harp. Alright. That's a rapidy duty for WaniKani. I still got, I think today Bunpro is kind of on the longer side. So, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, trigger a long digression. I got plenty of iterations and stuff. I actually had a really interesting question in the Discord about my finances, right? And that's a really common question. Oftentimes, what I have to say is, if something sets me off, right, like in a positive way, sets me off in a long digression, and then I start scribbling and writing, it's fairly safe. It's a leap of logic still, but it's fairly safe to say that I've answered the question quite a lot of times, or responded or interacted with the question. I think those responses and questions and kind of like things I talk about will become more and more elaborate, dynamic, and even maybe unnecessarily long-winded. Once they become unnecessarily long-winded, then you iterate, you make them more concise, and then repeat the process. It's fairly safe that I get a lot of questions, like in magnitude wise. I do respond and comment on a lot of things over the years, and despite having a lot of magnitude occurrences of questions, reactions, and things I can respond to or converse, the range of the responses, the type of questions and the type of comments that I respond to is very narrow. So for myself, in order to continuously try to improve or iterate or change up things, I challenge myself in finding more and more ways to pigeonhole and add and like kind of bend a little bit of people's words in a sense that I want to encourage them to continuously explore. So whenever someone mentions like, oh yeah, the character in this show is very great, then that just sets me off into like I don't know, the 10 priorities or conditions of evaluating a character's performance, whether it's live action or voice acting. That's kind of like, I hope that while it can be very overwhelming at first, I would say I've been getting a little bit more like compartmentalized in saying, oh, I can give you a 5-minute answer, or like a 30-second jerk response, or I could do all of them. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Encouraging people for discussions. Again, this is where I end my sentiments each and every session. You're more than welcome to come on by, share your thoughts, talk at me if you want, or make a hot take or whatnot, and definitely don't have to stay or personally, in my opinion, it would be fantastic if you participate in it. I think I stand by what I was trying to kind of suggest to the people that I occasionally see on time by time. It is incredibly powerful how transformative humans are when they feel welcome to let loose in their thoughts and discussion. I think we live in an unprecedented time where there doesn't seem to be an obvious encouragement of demonstrating how powerful human rationality is. And when tools and other metrics and whatnot, which don't feel anything, right? At least for now, they don't give you the perception. In fact, it's kind of a deep cut that there is a significant number of people who think that human perception is indiscernible from the tools that they use. In fact, there is an unfortunate and, in my opinion, quite alarming and disappointing aspect that someone can think that they would not be able to extract more value out of building a relationship with a tool than another person, or even engage in that risk at all because it's not worth it. That's kind of what I mean. I think I want to be very clear that I'm absolutely grateful for the possibly limited time that I have, but any person who is worth their salt, when they say something, I'm going to take it as an opportunity to give you the TLDR in the beginning, then expand upon it, You don't have to necessarily stay around, but I would love to hear that I get to chance to meet other people over time, or like, you know, whether it's at first impression or over time, that they are also embrace their human verbosity, their human interest. Like earlier, Mika asked me, if you're interested, I would give you a daily summary. I'm like, the question is, are you doing that for yourself already? Because if you do, then yeah, I'm on board. However, if you're not already doing that for yourself, then I really do not mind being the catalyst to encourage another person to be interested in what they're doing in their lives, like on a daily basis. When you get up, please, you know, like, I'm genuinely very requesting in a way. I don't typically like directly tell a blanket statement like you should do this situation, but definitely encourage yourself to be interested in your own lives, right? And then if you don't have a motivation to even do that, well, boy howdy, it would be great if you have someone in your life, however tangential or parasocial it may be, to encourage yourself, be interested in what's going on in your life, because it's such a precious thing, at least in my opinion. And yes, life brings sadness, disappointment, cynicism, and bad things. It also brings hope, encouragement, legacy, and compassion. So I hope that's winning out. And that's where we would end the segment, right? You're always more than welcome to come on by, test my patience. I mean, that's kind of where a lot of the usual people try to entertain themselves. Like they say something like, yo, and then some like random thing that I wouldn't get, and then try to get a rise out of me. It's like, if that's your form of entertainment, you might zone out or have to step away at the longest versions, but you're listening. Yeah. No worries, Beth. Like, you're always welcome. Like, if I say this a lot, one great test of patience is a person's happiness. So when you zone out, if you have to step away and then you come back and say like, oh hey, I missed something, could you repeat the stuff back, right? Like, could you repeat whatever you said? I kind of missed this. Or could you repeat this? I don't understand this. And then if you say that like 6 times, 7 times, I'll do it 6 times, 7 times differently. And to me, when you're around people like that, at least I feel like my best friends are like that. It's almost as though it's okay to do it's okay to feel comfortable in doing anything. And to me, that lowers the barrier to making it worthwhile to talk to other people, other human people, right? I definitely genuinely understand, especially, I'm not assuming people's gender here or like the people that I really talk to. There's actually a great statistical data mine on this that supports this theory, but I'll give one food for thought. The internet is not a platform that is egalitarian by default. Because of its nature of algorithmically sorting things and then pre-selecting people, actually, if you happen to be female or universally, typically it doesn't improve the freedom of speech and interaction. It actually stifles it. I've been working on this idea for a while, but now I recently saw someone else who actually data mines these type of things and behavior. It's quite stifling. Like, I know that the vast majority of males actually make comments and whatnot, and my thought is, if you feel stifled despite using a platform that is encouraging you to say, oh, you can speak your mind, you can have your opinions here, and you don't, living in that type of sphere can create like, well, how should I say this? Here's the comment about this type of situation. It's like, oh yeah, sure, you can share your opinions, and yet you can't. Or, man, you can meet thousands and thousands of people, yet you're lonely. You can surround yourself with all the materials in the world and feel like you can't learn anything. I think a part of that, the undertone of a lot of that is missing because human interaction is absent. Like, what I mean is, it's crazy when you're able to, I in some way I kind of envy people who have influence and connections, because when you put people together, it's amazing what happens when people come together and do things. It's kind of disheartening and disappointing as of late that so much people on the internet think that they know so much and they have so much details and learn and store tentatively or manipulate so much information, and yet it rarely has any application to like humanizing it, like finding a purpose for it or thinking about something to do with it. Like, if you're thinking about the major epidemics, psychological epidemics or trending right now, nearly all of them have the undertone of not having a functional application. Brain rot, doom scrolling, comedy, memes, insecurity, anxiety, depression, attention deficit, high functioning, hyperfocusedness, boredom. Nearly all of them, in my opinion, are seen as things that are detached from human behavior. Like, as though when someone talks to another person, they don't see that in the other person. Like, for example, a good example is someone asked me, oh, like, it's amazing how you never seem to be angry or something. It's like, I get angry, I just don't show it. And the thing is that when someone asks that, it's kind of interesting to think that they might think the other person never gets angry because they don't see it, right? And then it's another thing to think that what does anger look like? Like, anger is portrayed through interaction with other human beings. So you start losing that touch. Like, if you're constantly only seeing curated content or people in a specific situation, then you no longer have the sorted like intuition to interact with someone anymore, right? And my first thought is, I assure you, when I think about people that's angry comes in so many dimensions. And now when I meet angry people, it comes in like one flavor, one or two flavors that accommodates 90% of it. It's good. I mean, from like, it's objectively more useful from someone who don't think humans have complexity to them. So like, we grow up now, and the younger we are, the more limited and specialized someone's ability to interact with someone is. Like, for example, hey, hi, you're an introvert, I'm an introvert. That's the only possibility in the world now. Like, oh yeah, you speak like this, you speak like the normal way, just like 90% of other people who speak normally online. Meanwhile, like, take it from me, I still think, like, this is a trust me situation. I still feel like every day I get on the internet and I'm going to have to explain myself. So instead of, in my opinion, trying to tell myself I absolutely hate explaining myself because I'm always like, quote unquote, am I different, or no, it's more like, all right, let's find out if I am different, or the things I say, are they actually different? So nearly every single day I get on, I think about something, I consume something that someone else would likely have consumed 100 times over. Like, what I mean is, I do doom scroll like 15 minutes before the stream to see what's going on. And then I write my thoughts and notes about them. So the moment when someone comes by and say, oh yeah, this is my thought, it's like, boy, do I have many thoughts for you. And then instead of having to guess whether my thoughts are different, I simply test. I null hypothesis test. Am I different? And I'll go do it. I watch something that someone else watched, and I start talking about it from my perspective. If that person finds it interesting or thought-provoking or haven't considered it or disagree with me, then that is a confirmation, and it strengthens my resolve to understand that I am different, right? None of that pre-assumption and assumption type of deal. I think the internet has made that very convenient. So it's a good thing and a bad thing, depending on your preference. I love being in an environment where when you sit in a room, there are 9 people who have something different to say about how good water tastes. Like, that's my natural environment. That's not to say that I won't go into a room and feel bored when 9 people agree water is good, right? That's also interesting in a way, right? And the point I'm making is, nowadays, I think most people prefer that they don't talk at all. They don't share anything. They are suppressed, and they don't believe that if their opinion is not reflexive of some sort of objective metric of truth, then they're not important, and they shouldn't be heard, and they have no real reason to bring it up, which I feel it also has a gender bias, and it's so gender biased that it's pretty astonishing to say this, but I was looking at some statistics, and having like even communications with like for example females, that is super rare. We're not saying that there are more males watching like YouTube or more males watching Twitch. That's a sampling difference. It's still disproportionate that you can kind of see the exacerbation of what suppressed thought looks like and suppressed interactions, right? And here we are, we're still living in a world who we're convinced that the internet is like the ultimate place for human expression and cultural exchange and whatnot, and it feels like each and every day it's doing its objectively focused way to homogenize everything. Like legitimately, homogeneity is great for consistency, right? It's appropriate when you want your days to be very similar but not entirely similar. If it's entirely similar, it no longer stays interesting. So it's a great balance. I would love to see that when I talk to someone, they're like, oh yeah, hey, you know, my friend yesterday, he had a great idea. He said, let's just go to the cornfield and stargaze. And I'm like, awesome, like tell me about it. Maybe I should go and ask one of my friends to randomly go to a cornfield and stargaze for once. That's kind of what I miss. I kind of miss that. I think the internet, the conversations, typically it doesn't meander anymore. Like the moment it no longer concerns someone's really narrow focus of interest, that genuine time to slow down and kind of even digress or yap is kind of seen as something that is awkward, exhausting, and unrewarding. And yeah, we're gonna try to buck at that for a little bit. I'm not sure what the future holds, but boy howdy, I would say there are a few people that I'm really happy to see. They are far more talkative than they have been in a very intelligent and self-interested way over time. And one person can make a world of difference because that person could also become a core of its own. Anyways, that's the thought for today. Despite all the meanderings, I mean, people can come on by. You can share your disagreements with my idea of practice and studying, right? That's the whole point. I rarely ever say that I have some sort of definitive edition of the key to success and whatnot. The idea is to have dialogue so that there is openness to scrutiny, right? Otherwise, how would I grow? Until then, right, that's our wrap for WaniKani. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は88日目です。It is a 88. Oh, nothing like a little bit of cardio to wake up the body. Alright. What are we looking at? 87? Oh, we're gonna get some bookmarks today. That's for sure. I think yesterday was okay. I kind of remember maybe what, 幸せ? Oh, 幸せ. Okay.
この指定席は値段が高いですが、座席もとても広いです。
このいちごはあまり甘くありません。
おじいちゃん、日よけのためこの傘をあげましょう。
Oh, you know what is a great thing I would do? I wonder. No, I don't know if maybe after like a year and a half, maybe I can convince them or something. It would be kind of fun. So I understand how Duolingo goes about their advertisement stuff. It would be really cool to see. Lately, I really like Bunpro. I think Bunpro is a fantastic thing. If I don't encounter a lot of people who are like starting their Japanese language learning journey and whatnot or stuff, but it would be really cool to see if there was any way like there would be some sort of like a promo thing where if I ever meet like someone who seems to be overly enthusiastic or something, like let them use have like a code or something, a redemption for like a month or 2 months of Bunpro. That would be fantastic. I genuinely really like what the developers of Bunpro continue to do. Yeah, I haven't. It's been a while. It has been quite a while since I've kind of tangentially collaborated with someone or a group to like sort of promote things by giving away codes or something like that. It's been quite some time. Bunpro would definitely be one of them. And then the idea would be, so then what is it in it for me? Sort of similar. It would allow me to explain how I mess around with their features, because I think in another year's time, like we're only scratching the surface at the moment. There are many clever ways to follow up on what I mentioned in WaniKani earlier today about methodology, right? Bunpro has enough feature sets to make a foundation, and then you can go pretty far away, and that would be a great way to talk about like, hey, you know what? If you're really interested in Bunpro, here's a promo code for a month, and hear me out. Let's do a social experiment. How would you go about using this feature set, and where are the pros and cons and ups and downs on how you supplement and complement this? Because I have my take on this. What is yours? That would be kind of a fun little exercise. I do like a monthly challenge, so to speak, to one another on how we could differentially utilize some sort of repository of information. An interesting pitch.
「取引先に提案をする。休憩としてハラルフードを食べに行きましょうか。」
私は何回も注射をしたことがある。
Boss?
部長におはようございますと言ったが返事がなかった。
今度は僕の turn. あと10分第5 I mean not 5 yeah number oh oops. Oh no. You say number. Which number are we talking about? I keep thinking in Chinese. Heck. I see the character in my head. I don't remember what is its standalone. Oh, why? Wait. Oh, yeah, I can only think of, you know, can we bongo? Oh, it's just bon.
今度は
Okay.
僕の番だ。
Dang it. I'm like, all I can think about is bongo. Okay, it's just bon. Okay. Not the go part, just the bon part. Right. Was this a su or a suru? Or oh no. Oh, it's no, it's not. Wait. Oh, I forgot the na part. Naku.
家の鍵をなくしたので、
Yeah, naku.
大家さんに電話しなくちゃ。
Because of the nachos. Oh,
今
why-
の時間は5時です。
I had a con for no apparent reason.
私は晴れの日が好きだ。
最近は晴れの日が多い。
怖い先生。キャンプをしているときはふざけるな。
ふざけるな。Interesting.
あの先生は黒板に字を書くのが上手です。
Oh, wait. No.
父が息子に、おかえりなさい。すぐにお風呂に入ってね。
Am I? Okay. That was a 50-50.
夫が妻に、行ってきます。夕方の5時までに帰るよ。
Oops. Hmm. Shimi? Um. 興味がある？
彼氏。君は星空に興味がある？彼女。うん。なんで？
これから何をするの？
これから何をするの？ Good question. Maybe お元気で。Oops. Oh.
お大事にっていつ言うのですか？
言うのでですか？
私はハンバーガーやピザが大好きだ。
Okay.
母はデパートで働いています。
子供のことね？子供のこと。worry 心配するね。
子供のことを心配する。
コーチ。これから練習を始めます。生徒。よろしくお願いします。
私は毎日運動をします。
Late before でしたので。
提出物を遅く出したので怒られました。
出した。え？
この問題は簡単です。
天ぷらに醤油をかけたり塩をかけたりして食べる。
Oh no, it's Heck? Oh no, wait. Oh no. Let's try more commonly used for ambient temperature. what is another way for son of a bee sting. All I can think about right now is, so not that one. So what's another way to express at the tip of my fingers? So it's gotta use do, right? Not, they don't use 10. I'm so hyper fixated on using do. What other degrees are there? Not using weather. Oh, it could be Kian or no Kidan. Kion.
気温が低すぎるので今日はずっと家にいましょ
I think I've used every combination of like air, weather, phenomenon, number, and like temperature. Yikes. No grow.
ストーブよりエアコンの方が効率がいいです。
たくさん努力をしたので後悔はありません。
That was like a 60-40. Oops.
小さくて茶色いお財布が欲しい。
Adjective. Right. Oh, Chiru. Dang it.
ポケットから財布が落ちる。
I think we're gonna. I feel like I wrote a note on this too. Okay. Ooh, wait. What is chi for? Oh, chi. Can I get a chiru? What would chiru be? We'll come back to that.
「先輩がこの映画の授業はつまらない」と言っていました。
7を2で割ると答えは3余り1です。
新婚夫婦、夫。スプーンを買いに行きませんか？
青信号じゃないときは道路を渡ってはいけない。
Oh no, minade. Not minani. It's by the that. Okay? この間。Oh, it says 間?
2年の間、家族と会っていない。
That's fair. I was gonna try Naka as well. Ooh, I hadn't seen this. Wow, close. Good. Doryo. Doryo no.
高速道路の入り口でお金を払う。
ああ。
怖い夢を見る。
Oh no. Video. No, that doesn't work. Hmm.
先日の地震の怪我をした人の数が100人に上った。
Interesting. No, 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 no. What? Wait. Oh. Wait. What? Ah! Dentist, wait, which? What? Okay, so it's clearly not that. No, it's not that either. I'm drawing. Oh no, that's a very unfortunate blank. Oh man. Think about it. Ika. Not quite right. What is it? It's a uncommon. We're not talking about combining. Oh no, we are talking about combining them, right? A double enter happened. That's annoying.
今日は集まってくれてありがとう。
It'll make sense when I come back around. Right? I think it's using dentistry as the profession as opposed to dentist. I don't know if there's anything. Drop her off. Like her off. The heck? Oh, Okuru is fine.
彼女を駅まで送る。
To send her. Yeah, that's fair.
家の中でバーベキューをする。
この人はここの会社員です。あの人もそうです。
Oh.
僕も人気がある生徒になりたいです。
That's a 50-50.
僕は天ぷらよりハンバーグが好きです。
Oh, wait.
あなたは大抵何時くらいに起きるの？
明日は七夕なので、明日の夜は天の川を見ましょう。
2番線の電車は東京行きです。
万年筆よりボールペンの方が使いやすい。
Say what? Like something about perhaps something about resemblance. What else? Oh, wait. Has the features of something close to the speaker. Like I'm not, that's not clear to me what's going on there. Maybe like dull? No, that's just dull. Or, oh, it could be like konna.
彼は家庭的な人だ。私はこんな人と結婚したい。
Oh. Yeah, fully. Oh, wait. I'm getting. I thought it was. It's. Well, that's kind of. Oh. Did I study?
音楽の
Oh,
先生
study.
2人ずつ歌を歌いましょう。
Casual. Oh, heck. Oh, wait. Oh, is. Oh, no. I got it wrong. Didn't it? Oh, no, wait. No. We're talking about casual, not formal. Casual. Oh, wait, casual language, though. What is that? Maybe not. It's the other one then. It was like 9 stone, Kudaketa.
私は上司や年配の方に砕けた言い方を使うのは失礼だと思っている。
Another.
「店で他のシャツをください。」
私はタバコを吸いません。
Any? No.
私は何も予定がない一日が大好きだ。
Oops.
若い頃を思い出す。
Wait.
僕の住んでいる町には大使館があります。
問題。エジプトの写真はこの中のどれでしょう？
その受付はあちらです。
What? No. Not that. Dang it. Hold up.
私の母は体操選手です。
ハサミで髪を切る。
Oh, now we
この
use.
番号
Oh.
の意味は何ですか？
That's about a 50-50 at this point.
カーナビ。2つ目の角を左に曲がってください。
僕の席はひどいが、仕事は休まないつもりです。
俺は笑顔が世界の共通語だと思っている。
この本屋よりあの本屋の方が本がたくさんある。
バスが来る。
What? We want to pierce something, right? Oops.
師匠、
でしょう。でしょう。
諦めるな。もうすぐで希望の光が差すでしょ
そのお地蔵さんを作ったのは誰ですか？
うん。Ah, man. Oh, was
紙の字引きより電子の字引きの方が便利だ。
oh,
私のママは可愛いです。
私のおじは島を持っている。
係の人。アンケートに丸か×で答えてください。
今日の月は明るい。
この山道では結構クマが出るので気をつけてくださいね。
hmm. Pretty sure it's. Oh. No? Yeah, to see smooth. Oh, wait. No. Oh, right.
車を駐車場に止める。
I was thinking more like backing up into a place as a parking thing. That's like a 60-40 at.
大学院生なのでたくさん勉強をしなくてはいけない。
What?
クラスメートに好きな食べ物のアンケートを取りましょ
Oops.
来学期が明日から始まる。
Nope.
う。今日の夕方は空の色が金色だったんです。
Oh no, wait. Maybe. Ah! Oh, wait. How many ways are there to say first? Heck. Okay. The sequence? You're not doing. Right. That. This. Oh.
「店員、あなたは20歳でしょ？客。
Okay, and then here we go again. pretty sure it's using dentistry. And then I thought it was... Or... I don't understand what syllable is that? So aggravating and probably gonna only because the read is not it. Instead of using like a dentist, like a teeth doctor. Oh, it's probably Shika.
この鹿よりあの鹿の方が口コミが良い。
Yeah, instead of dentist, like the other dentist. What was it? Aisha? Okie dokie. So what we got? We got 2 from today. It was I don't know. Mazu kind of almost made the list too. What was it? Ochiru and Chika? Ochiru. And Scott. Oh, no, wait. This way. I did it backwards. Scott. Yeah. Something seems a little off with... No, it's fine, but maybe it's extended or something. Like the top is extended a little. Oh no, I think, yeah. No. Huh. I think this stroke might come down first. No, it doesn't. I think everything in the middle comes down first. Ugh, I actually don't know. Huh. I'll look into it. Alright, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. What time is it? Might be a little late today. Okie dokie. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, exchange ideas, keep each other motivated. Right, so until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第你叫红441天勇。Oh boy. Anyways, we got a lot from yesterday. A whole mess of things. No specific order, right? The ones that were worked on was silver has... Wait, or is that good? Oh no, that's good. Right. We got T. Went with the silver butler. Okay, this time. Line up with the other J. Line up with the other J. May. That's just a disappointment. Rose. Fine. Didn't really change anything there. These are kind of disappointment things. This one is too. Although pretty weak at writing this character. Chan, it's a little long. Made it a little too long. Tall. Then we had a couple vocabulary words. Resemble. Xiao. Which also tied into Jambu. Also, Pei. Oops. Stop writing all of it. I don't want to talk about it. My hand stopped moving there. Something else. Unparalleled. What was unparalleled? It had Luen in it. Oh. Whoops. Is that it? No. Doesn't seem right. Wait, does it? No. I think it's oh no, I don't actually know. Oh wait, I missed the stroke. That's why it doesn't look right. Jie what? Jie Luen? Jie Luen. And welding. Oof. My hand slipped. Oh my goodness. Then help. Hanjie. Something. Nope. I don't remember what's on top. Dang it. Oh wait, I do. Hanjie. Yeah. Quite a lot yesterday. Yesterday was a bit of a struggle. On the struggle bus. Okay. Alright, off to our lessons. We got all
Dong.
characters. Oh hey, Dong. That's okay. I don't know about Dong though. It's close enough. Dracula is in the bathroom of the temple, feeling hungry. He sits next to a well, waiting for a monk to deliver his food. A monk. The monk comes with his rice bowl, but trips. The rice bowl drops down the well. Dracula turns into a bat and grabs the rice bowl before it drops to the bottom of the well. Why is he in the bottom of the well, though? Maybe he sets up a trap instead. In the bathroom? Let's see.
Dong.
He lines up with Donburi.
Ni.
Okay, I mean, it does look like me. Narrow the eyes. Kind of like Fry, huh? And has eyes. Oh, that's kind of cute, sort of. Mickey Mouse is in front of the house, lying out on the lawn. Every now and then somebody hits him with a piece of rice. Mickey looks around and narrows his eyes to try to see where the rice is coming from. Next thing he knew, a piece of rice hits him right in his narrow eyes, causing him to squint in pain. Okay, fair enough.
Ni. Jiu.
Yo. Chinese tallow tree. Let me go see what this tallow tree is like. Interesting. Not quite what I had in mind. It's not at this script. Yeah, alright. Yo. Mortar. There's Jill and Mortar with a tree. Neutron's in the bathroom and bakery where he's growing a Chinese tallow tree to produce some tallow for experimental baked goods. Okay, he grows out of a gigantic mortar and rips up pieces of croissant and put it into the soil to help it. Alright. I mean, that's okay.
就
Alright.
豆
Oh no. Why do you look like a... What is it? A null without looking like a null. How do you look like a null without looking like a null? Dang it! There's only 2 of them. Okay. Dracula's in the bathroom of the bakery, wielding 2 warhammers, getting ready to fight the head chef who stands on the other side of the top. The reason the chef has the audacity to give him a garlic bun. Alright, fair enough. I think that's okay. Warhammer is kind of humorous.
豆回
Wait, revolve? Yeah? So far, no vocabulary words again. I mean, that looks like a way, and it kind of deals with revolving already. The Hulk is inside the beach house by the bay, blindly following a sandy road, and leads to one of the rooms. Inside is a whirlpool that has... Oh no, that's a whirlpool. Trips into it and is now stuck. Goes around and around, revolving endlessly, unable to escape. That is in his beach house. At least he's wearing his swim trunks and some goggles. Even the strength of Hulk can helplessly.
回 动
These are gonna be
Me.
tough. I mean, not now, but it's stacking. It's stacking so
Oh.
hard right now.
回就
All right, that's the first 5.
板
Oh, like,老板, no? 老板, no, 老板. Is this just a different ban? Because it's not the same ban. Question is in the basement of the pawn shop where he is the boss of the goods store down there. Anyone who enters the saloon doors at the base must obey the word of Bart, the boss of the pawn shop basement. Alright. Got you. We'll try it.
板蝶
Yeah? A butterfly. An actual butterfly. Oh, that's cute. A leaf looking like bug with the tree. I see. Although dia is kind of... Oh, yeah, there's a bit of a dia in it. I see you. Alright, Diddy Kong is inside the electricity plant where he's hanging by his tail on an electric tree that is next to some of the fire-powered generators. As he eats a banana, he looks at the glowing electric insects in the leaves around him. Some of the insects even turn into electric butterflies, which flutter around the huge interior of the electricity plant and around Diddy in the tree. What beautiful butterflies. Yeah, alright. Alright. What's...
蝶
Oh wait, there's an example. We have one vocabulary word for 2 days from now. Hu die? Hu shi shima? Butterfly too? I mean, one looks like die and one looks like hu. It seems like if you put a insect next to any of the sound carrying characters, it becomes something that sounds like its character
Ho.
but something. Oh. Alright, that's tough. Wait. That's a cliff and a ground and not? In axe? I just realized, oh, that's interesting. I didn't make the connection, but I now realize. Oh, no, I didn't realize. I'm just a pep. I forgot about the one extra stroke. Oh, kind of reminds me of the dents. Where's Ho at? Okay, it's not. Although there are multiple hoes coming up. Alright, the queen, you say. Harry Potter's in the bathroom bakery, washing his hands in the sink. Suddenly, the queen of baking comes in and orders him to get on the ground and worship her baking skills. Harry Potter, who refuses to kneel to any muggle, does not. Next, the queen comes up to Harry, grabs his mouth and throws it out of... Oh. I don't know how I feel about this. That doesn't work for me. He's in the bathroom of the bakery. Ordered around Queen Bakery to clear clean the ground of I don't know, all the flour and crumbs and toss it over the cliff outside. Okay.
Ho Ling.
Ling, okay, there's a Ling in there. Beautiful jade. Okay. I think it's inside the sick ward of the infirmary where he's looking for beautiful jade for his quest. He finds a... don't really need... Link is... Okay. I think it's inside the infirmary where he is returning from the woods with a scepter made of beautiful jade that will contain the magic power to heal the person this quest. Quested to... That's good enough.
Ling Li.
It does look like a Li to some extent. Off the double grain stock Li as in like history or to experience. Okay. Double grain stock Li. Link is in the bathroom of the house where he is growing grain stalks in the bathroom. Small miniature chunk sun hangs from the ceiling to give him warmth. Sure, he consults his calendar that hidden on the wall above the toilet to see where he should begin to harvest. He found this special calendar around the cliff some days ago and even has a picture. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Seems good.
Li.
Magic. So you explain everything. Magic.
板碟铃立后
Right? Excuse me.
你
Knee? Another knee? Oh no. Wait, hold up. Alright, we're gonna need some knee review here at some point. Okay, so mud has the water. Okay. And then the nun has the flag. Okay. All right. So nun on the right. I guess we can use nun. You know, it's inside the house where he encounters a female girl who is suspiciously who claims to be a nun. The girl acts in a suspicious way, like an agent. Like an Agent Smith. Alright. That's fine.
你色
So, oh hey, I had a harp earlier, but it's not koto. Koto used something else. Oh, it's for a string instrument instead. Interesting. So, kinda looks like qi. Qing, not qing. So, boy howdy. SpongeBob is in the bathroom of Electric plant where he's playing with an electrified Chinese harp. Okay, it is a special one that's formed by connecting taut strings between two scepters. Go on. SpongeBob rips out his heart and wets it in the sink, then slides it up and down. Okay. Okay. So SpongeBob is bathroom. The electricity plant. Thought it would be an awesome idea to try to change the bottom to certain or secret even. Certain would definitely be the way to go. Certainly be a great idea to try to construct Chinese harp so that he can serenade the power plant workers, boost their morale. Fortunately, he doesn't know how to play a Chinese part or construct one properly, annoying them instead.
色
Okay.
残
Oh my word. So insects don't carry any sound. What about double butler? No dice. Okay, silkworm, you saying? Casper is inside the pawn shop on the counter working. Two butlers come up carrying a large box between them. They put it on the counter to sell the Casper. Inside are a bunch of silkworm insects and a miniature sun in the middle. Keep them warm. Okay. Casper explains that the pawn shop only deals with inanimate objects, even though the silkworms do look quite cute. Alright.
残
That's a tough one.
卷
Gen. Okay, there's a gen. Roll does have something to do with roll. I think we're gonna convert that into a scroll. So sure. Julius is in the basement of the pawn shop. Where he is busy rolling up some of the scrolls diligently with his fingers that spent time to write. Contains his history and plans for conquest. I don't actually even know what type of roll this is, but it looks like the herb.
卷 蟹
Yeah. Discharge. Wait. This coincidentally lines up with 蟹, which is discharge. But how does this discharge? Oh no, yeah. What is the character for the other discharge? Something like... Oops. Oh, it's a... Dang it, it's a leaf. Yeah, that one's rough. The one with the leaf. So now we have a drill. Interesting. Doesn't line up with the sound though. Xena's in the bathroom, electricity plant doing some repairs. She has an electric drill that's powered by electric wire and is trying to fix a leak in the... Okay, so she uses a drill on it only to begin to discharge even more water, spraying all over the place. And then she got shocked to death? No, that's... Okay, discharge is fine. Oh, like a leak? As opposed to discharge as in like electric discharge. Electrical discharge. Which I think it's still... Same thing.
蟹泥色
Okay. Alright.
卷蟹
Sorry, I was thinking of something else.
蚕
I was trying to figure out what I'm gonna do in the evening about the troubleshooting thing. We got 5 more characters. Lee. Does look like Lee on the bottom. Now compliments with flowers. Ooh, our second vocabulary word. Lee is in the bathroom. Link is in the bathroom of the house, tending to his makeshift garden. Alright. We're just gonna roll with the makeshift garden with a bathtub. There are a bunch of grain stalks, and out of the top blooms fragrant with jasmine flowers. Link takes the saber and cuts the jasmine flowers off, intending to make a type of jasmine. Need a replenish request or something. Alright, it's fine. Lee's good. More Lee. Is more also jasmine? Why am I not surprised? Okay.
力 P
E. Oh, come on. Oh, hey, there's a funny clip of... Oh. Yeah, there's a funny clip with, what is that? That actress that plays in A Wheel of Time. And her interactions with Michelle Yeoh when she was explaining using this term for fart. When she was reading someone's comment. Is there pigu or yeah, pigu, and then this one, fang pi. Yeah, that's the word. Fang pi. She accidentally told like a fart joke, but accidentally or unintentionally. Fang pi. Oh, actually there are 2 vocabulary words, so technically we have 3 2 days from now. All right, E. That looks more like a B, but kind of a P. There is a, I think there is a P with. Oh no, yeah, with a stack. With stacks. All right. Pinocchio's in the bathroom of the house where he finds a stack of flags in the bathroom. He takes out one of the flags only to find that a fart was concealed beneath it. A fart? It permeates the room and passes... okay. Passes out on the towel. He passes out on the tile floor. He knocks over the rest of the stack of flags. Yeah, I don't know how you would get farts, though. Stack of flags hiding a fart. I mean, what more can you do, right?
P 饭
Fun. You know, it kinda looks like a fun. I think the top is changed out for bamboo. I'm thinking of model. Oh no. R as well. There are a couple funds with this like paperclip thing. Okay. Frodo's in the bathroom in the pawn shop where he has come across Mr. Fun. One of the workers there, he is in the middle of cleaning the bathroom and has sprayed in one hand and a paperclip in the other. He sprays the grimy tile, then scrapes it with a paperclip. He has the hobbit to go get some flowers to help freshen up the bathroom. Since Mr. Fun is senior to Frodo, he has no choice but to comply and takes a bunch of flowers he has in his pocket and gives it to... Oh. I mean, it's good enough.
饭判
Pun. Okay, pun. I have no pun is gonna be weak. Yeah, that's... Oh man. That's gonna be tough. Pun is really tough. Abandon as well. Patrick's in the bathroom pawn shop where he's abandoning some items that the pawn shop won't buy off of him. He abandons a finger and an elbow that he has in one pocket, throwing it into the pawn shop toilet. Then he takes out a miniature fence from his other pocket and abandons it in the sink. Hmm. Maybe something a little bit more klutzy. In the bathroom in the pawn shop, where he is excited after barring a fence for something he plans on using with SpongeBob, but unfortunately he couldn't carry it with his lack of fingers and elbows. Technically he doesn't have elbows, so in the end of the day he just abandoned the bathroom. Okay.
盼息
She. Well, that definitely looks like she hatched to an insect. Now it's a lizard. Lena's in front of the house, which is infected with insects, which are eating the trees. She takes out her axe and her pet lizard to attack the insects. The lizard eats the insects, but alright. Good enough. Let me guess, Yi is lizard too. I feel like almost all of these are nouns that they needed new characters because maybe they're less common.
力 饭 盼 屁 息
Oh, I have no doubts. This is gonna crush me. Oh, so tomorrow we're gonna have 2 vocabulary words, and the day after we're gonna have 3 vocabulary words. But yikes. Alright. I'm gonna try to be lenient while we're doing this. Ooh, freebies. Whoops. I think that's a claw. Or a fork. All the things. Yay. And it's gone. Power and flower. Something makes me want to type like Lee.
力
I have no idea what Lee stands for.
发
Oh no. Like he's helping. The hornet something. A hornet baker. Oh. Oh no, which one is it? It's not Chi. Oh no. Chill. I wrote the wrong place. Well, it's certainly not that.
飞 则 鼓
I have no idea what giant mouth. Why does it say it was woo or something? Okay, thing. I mean, this is from yesterday. One of the weaker ones. Stingy. Okay. Gotta let it cook. Well, it's no jiao. So someone is supposed to be helping with the... Yeah, okay, y'all. I think I got the tone incorrect. I thought it might have been 2. Okay.
Yao.
Koichi, dang it. I don't actually know what I wrote about power. Oh, I didn't use power. I used oh no, I did use power. Doesn't quite help. It's constantly in the... Like, Link's been in the bathroom cooking up lots of plants. I think we're gonna stick to that archetype. What? Oh man, I missed the end. All of these are so hard. They're non-specific.
Cun. 格球令赢敲催我
Arm? Throat? Neck. Neck. No? Huh.
龟炸
All of the bugs are gonna be so... Oh, it's not neck. It's at night. So probably arm. Okay. Oh, it was arm. Alright.
稳匪
I have no idea. I don't have any idea anymore. Oh my goodness. I have
口
sure. Okay.
腹
I lost what I converted this to. I lost what I converted it to.
鱼燃
Eh? Okay. Oh no, it's the
词 声
or voice. Wasn't seep. I thought this was seep. Oh. Um.
Rui.
One of the weakest ones yesterday. I think I converted this to double something, right? Don't remember it. Oh no, I didn't convert anything. Just took 2 soldiers and compromised. This was from yesterday. Oh, it was lucky. That was the conversion. Lucky.
Zhe.
I have no idea what Seven Mouth has to do. I can technically line it up with the other Chu, which is Disgrace. I'll keep that in mind. Oh.
Hoang.
The heck? What? I don't think it's that. Whoa. No, not one. Jing?
Zong.
What the Zhong? I like total. Okay. YOLO? Okay. Oh. Could be Lu. Not what I think it is. I think this is Jing.
Jing.
Oh, what?
Dun.
Oh, stew.
Shi. P.
It's split.
路
Man, I thought this was irrigate. God, so
沟
okay. What?
月 习
Nope. Nope, nope. Eliminate. What incarnation am I looking at? YOLO! Okay, that didn't work. Feels bad, man. Or extinguish. Eliminate and extinguish is very simple. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. The heck is this? Something makes me want to type like... Okay. Oh, wait. Did that help me? No, I'm not... I got nothing. Everything's kaput. No.
Ban
Oh, not swing, pole, like pole. For a tie?
Su
Or like go upstream or... Yeah, it's fine.
笑
Ooh. No.
漏 智
Heck. Hold.
冷
What?
雀
Sparrow, not swallow. No idea.
霞
No idea. Still?
0 列
Oh, that's the wrong location.
鹅
Yo, what? Dang it, I lost it. I had it momentarily. Oh, is it just like a... kind of like a large... we're just gonna go with... like a large... yeah, goose. Not mythical, but it's just like a large bird. I don't remember which bird it is. I think this might be gall.
早
Alright. Did I say rough? No, it's not. I don't know what that means. And help everywhere. Ugh! Okay, so thinking goose.
T 也 连
What are you? Oh, wait. Hold. I think we can improve on this one. This one is not good. Is that supposed to be a sprout? Okay, hold up. What if I thought it's a sprout? Somehow I think it's like... ah, dang it. Oh, I had it. Oh, I think this is draft, not rough. I typed rough, but as in rough draft. Maybe it's like Quay? Okay.
I 训
Some of these are coming back. What is a beanstalk? Oh wait, hold up. It's something like that. Oh no, Sal. The heck?
扫
Oh. What? Oh, just Liao. I think it's 2. I really thought this was cool. That mouth. You have so much going for you, and yet can't seem to find where you go. Hmm. It's gone.
Feng.
Well, this stinks. It's not beanstalk. Something to do with the beanstalk, though. Yeah, there's no chance. I feel like I think about it.
甲
Oh,
握
I'm trying so hard right now. Okay, hold up. There's so much going on there. Why can't I get you? Yeah. Oh, is it because I
主
overthought it? It's not that.
减
I don't know why you're One letter. Oh no, it's not Liao. Wait. Oh, I got you.
柳
Okay. Box of armor. Right? Dang it. Armadillo. Oh, okay. It is part of sword though. Okay. This one I can definitely improve. Oh wait. No. No, I just don't have any idea. Ping. Alright. Yeah, to engage in, that's gonna I even changed it. That sucks. The engage is not working. We'll come back to it. Pressing eyes. This is a proper. Okay, it is Jun. Alright. I'm okay. That one's getting a pass. I can say.
无豚
I don't know if I changed that up. Did I change that up? No. Wait. On. I have no idea.
草
Hmm. Oh. Hmm. This one is not gonna go anywhere, so we better go and change it up. Oh, it is investigator. I dropped investigator. That's why. Fine. Oh, radical drop. This has.
听
I think I know how I'm gonna change. I think. Oh, legitimately, it just sucks. It's Lee. I know that. Oh, because it's in Chestnut.
飞
No connection. Email and yeah, that's not useful either. Doesn't make it up for any. Yeah, this one we're gonna pass. This is a hard pass. Archaic. That's a hard pass. Not even going to entertain. Brew is just gonna be tossed out. Guess there is still rule to tie it together. I'm not gonna entertain that. A prospector. I mean, investigator
渣
got dropped here.
准
I have no idea what it's jet. Oh wait, I do. Or allow, not offer. I have no idea.
乳卷
It's a fur. Hmm. Nope, not it.
Zhan
Hmm.
Li
I don't know what the fur is. Box of armadillos. Really makes me want to type like cha related cha versus sha.
Xia
The fur is Shan. Okay, so it's not Shrek, it's Bigfoot. Fair enough. I couldn't get it.
Shan
Alright. You're rougher. Soon enough. Soon enough. Half hour reviews are just characters.
物谈
我们需要进行一次物谈来解决问题。
Talk. It's talk.
宇航员
他想长大后成为一名宇航员。
What the heck? What? Okay. this is probably cha. Okay. Cha is not that great either. I'm not cool. Well, that's cool. Then is that not Dao? Um, 我非常 Chua. Okay. And why is that chua? Because it's ample? Broad and ample. So extravagant. Okay.
诽谤，
他被诽谤了。
昔日，
他们昔日是同班同学。
The heck? Former days? Okay. Fair enough.
“关税”，
电子产品的关税很高。
It's tax or tariffs. Okay. Choice.
阔绰，
他的生活非常阔绰。
不堪，
他伤心不堪，一直哭。
Let's wait for it. See what happens. Oh.
海螺，
我在沙滩上发现了一个海螺。
斩首，
他们的领袖被斩首了。
兽医，
那个兽医很专业。
刮蹭，
他不小心刮蹭了旁边的车。
头衔，
他的头衔是经理。
What? Oh man, I got it mixed up. Now I don't know what that. Oh wait. Gotta hold on to it. Wait. Like moral bias. Bias. Wait, that is what it was. What did I write incorrectly? Oh no, I messed up. 偏颇.
打岔，
请不要在我说话的时候打岔。
It's like interrupt. Okay, I was gonna say interfere, but all right.
携手，
我们携手一起解决问题。
Hand in hand. That's not fine, is it? So yeah. Share.
呼风唤雨，
他在商业界呼风唤雨，没人敢得罪他。
Dang it. I'm gonna say要定新的西装。Where the heck is that mountain coming? Like, it's brand new, right? And pretty sure it's it's 3. Dancing.
崭新，
他穿着一套崭新的西装。
受血，
受靴的老人坐在路边。
北纬，
我住在北纬40度。
What the?
罐子，
这个罐子看起来很古老。
Say what? H. Wait. 不要。And wall, okay. It is a whirlpool. Okay, okay. It's fine.
"鸟窝，
鸟窝是鸟的家，
两颊，
它的两颊通红。
乔装，
乔装可以帮助他们躲过危险。
拘束，
他们之间没有任何拘束。
It is detained of some sort, like constrained. Yeah, fine. Okay. That doesn't seem right. Oh.
侵蚀，
风沙长期侵蚀岩石。
Ah, shit. Oh, okay. Everything's going to death.
六床，
学
Fatigue
校
is
附近有6
building.
幢大楼，
Much fatigue. Everything's become death. Don't know what on there. Come back. All is death. Okay. It's not vermilion, is it? No, it's not vermilion.
暴跌，
房价突然暴跌，
the heck is going on? Don't know anymore.
夸张，
他说话总是喜欢夸张。
女婿，
他的女婿是一名医生。
国徽，
每个国家都有自己的国徽。
我喝水时不小心倒了。To fall down, right? To choke on. Oh, yeah. Down. Okay. Nope. Was it interfere or intervene? It's gonna go interrupt. Interrupt.
偏颇，
老师不该偏颇任何学生。
漩涡，
漩涡非常危险，不要靠近。
Yo, what?
吐痰，
请不要在公共场所吐痰。
呛到，
他喝水时不小心呛到了。
岁月，
难忘的岁月。
What? Oh. Yikes. Okay. Oh, just blur now.
五彩缤纷，
天空中出现了五彩缤纷的彩虹。
All blur now.
热血，
热血的激情。
夏日，
今天是一个炎热的夏日。
栽植，
春天是栽植花卉的最佳时机。
拇指，
我烧伤拇指了。
堤坝，
大雨对堤坝的压力很大。
缠绕，
藤蔓缠绕在树干上。
胸膛，
他的胸膛很宽阔。
What? Oh, Gwen Dong. Okay.
滚动， 毯子，
你需要一条毯子吗？
党魁，
许多人批评那位党魁的决策。
视频，
你看过这个视频吗？
宾馆，
我在宾馆预订了一个房间。
眼馋，
他总是眼馋别人的新车。
围脖，
这个计划只有微薄的成功机会。
红壤，
农夫在红壤上种植甘蔗。
轿车，
这辆轿车能坐5个人。
奥运会，
今年的奥运会在巴黎举行。
三角，
三角恋爱，
家禽，
他们饲养很多家禽。
反馈，
客户的反馈帮助我们改进产品。
Or that's more like feedback. Okay. It's going pretty well there. It's going pretty well for a little bit.
诧异，
我对他的回答感到诧异。
move.
废渣，
工厂制造了许多废渣。
Okay.
节末，
新城市的生活让他感到有点寂寞。
酵母，
酵母是用来做面包的。
Nope. Wrong turn.
电缆，
海底电缆，
书呆子，
书呆子不喜欢运动。
权利，稍微权。Then help. It's a pair of something that is comfortable. Not that. Don't work off to Spain. Getting far too fatigued for this. Of course, the socks. I don't know if I can improve that. Right now. Click on that. Oh.
大锤，
大锤是一种强力工具。
拧上，
请帮我把这个盖子拧上。
正确，
他的答案是正确的。
袜子，
这双袜子很舒服。
市场每天都在变化。
外汇，
外汇市场每天都在变化。
Like foreign exchange, okay, or a foreign interaction thing. Yikes.
馈赠
他馈赠了一本书给我。
手肘
他的手肘受伤了。
哦，大家的帮助或努力，definitely like mixing. Oh shit, harmonious. Okay, yeah, okay. That's fine. Awesome.
感冒
他因为感冒而请了1天假。
Oh, got Mao. Whoops, wrong Mao.
字幕
这部电影有英文字幕。
探讨
我们需要探讨如何提高工作效率。
Negotiate, inquire into. Okay, all right. Or
和谐
和谐的社会需要大家的努力。
范畴论
范畴论常被用于计算机科学。
what? Oh, 系的语系或互系语系。Oh no wait， 语系。It's gone.
公钥
这个文件是用公钥加密的。
权利
公民应当了解自己的权利。
Like privilege, rights. Okay. How did feeling risk end up being catch a cold? I wonder how that worked. Oh, Jian. I wrote Jiao, not Jian.
函件
这封函件内容很长。
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of at. Oh no, it's G. I'm gonna take a jab. Oh no.
"越剧
他喜欢看越剧表演。
Ah, save me.
浴缸
这间浴室有一个大浴缸，
Bathtub, not bathroom. Alright. Oh man, these are getting rough. Way too rough for me. 3 vocabulary, not 2 vocabulary. Go and try to do some recall here. Okay. All right. Got Hui. Revolve. I think that's okay. Boom. That's okay. Strongly Japanese. Coming to the rescue. Me. Narrowed eyes. That's okay too. Those are good. This one, throw it out the window. Okay. So we got Jiu. Right. At least a read. That part is okay. But it's a type of tree. Oh, it's the, what is it? The Chinese tallow tree. This got a Li in it. What's happening here? Queen? No. Oh, is this a hole? No, it's a Li. What? Not that. Live. I think that's whole. No, it's Lee. It's a heckin' calendar. Oh my goodness. We're in trouble. Chow. Okay. In trouble now. This has a fun. Oh. Wait, no. Is it a fun? Yeah, it's a fun. And it's fun. Name fun. Oh. Or is it dough? It's dough. Go fight. Oh. Oh, queen. I see. I'm getting them slightly mixed up. On. Boss. Okay, so far all of them are all kind of alright. Yeah. This is not okay. This is not okay. Butterfly. No word references. Ling. Beautiful jade. Yikes. Sun. Silkworm. Knee. Girl. Chinese harp. Good. Roll. Yeah. Discharge. T. Lizard. That's kinda not okay. Pun is not okay. Abandon. Lee. This is Jasmine. Is it Jasmine? No. Yes. Save me! There's Jasmine. Okay. E. Chicken fart. Alright. Let's see. Ping, no dice on ping. Japanese stroke order. I think those are two separate things, now that I think about it. What are some of the things that triggered me a lot? I got triggered by a couple things today. They're relatively new, so we gotta... Right? Rui is Damon. That was barely lost, and then Lee. Lychee. Okay. Lost fur as well. Again, another plant related thing. Paris is kind of a problem. What was that? One shay. Yeah. Wrong one. I think I oh, I messed up the shay as well. It's kind of hard to write this. Oh, I messed up cactus entirely. Okay. Even with the cactus. Okay. Kind of screwed up on draft. Oops. Wait. Oh no. Don't remember. Oh, lid. Dang it. What else can I pull? Kind of messed up on harmony too. Was it 和谐? Specifically the 谐. Kind of messed up on foreign exchange. Well, on the converge. So Huan, which also Huan was what? No, not Huan. Hui. Or is it Huan? Huan. Oh, not Huan. Oh no, I'm thinking of something else entirely. Wait. No, I'm thinking of wait. Yeah. Which I was mixing it a little bit up with Huan mix. It was a bit of bun. That was okay. A new character? What was the... Second time in a row, Lee Chestnut. There was something else above a mouth. There's also sure. Something above a mouth. Was it a tree? No, it wasn't a tree. Also beanstalk. Fun. Forgot what fun was. Lush. Remember there's something that's not good on top of a mouth, but I don't remember. It's two characters. It kind of looks like a tree. Maybe it's... What if I wrote this? No, it's not that. What is it? Xing is not the thing I'm thinking. There's something else. Oh, Ling. Yeah, Ling. It's new, so we're gonna let it cook for a little bit. A Ling. Giant. There might be a super group coming up. I think I'm gonna be doing a super group of Link. Just basically using the bathtub as his own personal garden. As Link spend time in the bathroom of various places. Oh, there was another one. Watsu. So Watsu was wearing a suit, right? And then he had some flowers. So he's looking for some socks, so he found a net. Then it was like have a drop. I don't know where the halberd comes in. Probably got props among the props. Wow. That one is rough. This is probably going to be the routine for the next remaining like 40 days or something. Where you're just basically farming and trying to recall as strongly as I can. Although today I'm pretty exhausted. A little bit on the exhausting side. Was Qiao okay? Qiao... Qiao was okay today. Took me a while for Willow. Yeah, Tao was a little bit weak. Troth. Alright, I think that's pretty good. Try to remember some of them tomorrow. Oof. The next quarter, 2026's next quarter is gonna be really rough because we're gonna have this, right? I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to play Persona 3 Portable. There are lighter days, so it might go across like 2 months or something like that. But this is really tough. I might be able to settle in somehow and figure out something in a week's time. What is this? Day 5? Day 5 of like the swap in characters from vocabulary. Yeah, whenever it gets to the vocabulary and I'm listening to like sentences and stuff, it kind of relaxes up. It's very similar to WaniKani and how I feel about WaniKani and then suddenly transitioning to Bunpro. Like WaniKani feels like it's rigorous. Like again, even with all these years, like even with multiple years of practice, studying with less and less context is probably the most strenuous thing. However, it does really heighten one's senses to, like, it's easier to recall and write all these characters simply from seeing it one time because it's hyper focused on characters. And then when you go to the sentences and I'm trying to read back the sentences, it's very difficult to recall some of the characters. So most of the characters that I drop radicals is dealing with the context in which it is in a vocabulary word. And then Bunpro has the same thing, working on that, recalling the characters from the sentence. So reading the sentence with the missing word and then recalling the characters. It's a very different structure than seeing the characters in the sentence. So that's what HanziHero is doing, which is having the character in the sentences. But that's still different from Bunpro's thing, where the target word is absent from the sentence. Oh, it's getting tough. Obviously, I'm making it as hard as possible on myself. So today, these are like we're feeling like 90% now. 90% is a rough time. I expect it to start. I expect it to continue tanking. It's gonna feel like every 1 out of 5 is gonna cause me to pause. We'll see how much that drains me. Maybe come up with a different engagement tool. Encourage. Tomorrow's a repeat of a high volume day. So that's tomorrow's business, I suppose. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Let me know what you do when you're escalating and settling into a new volume. I did talk about a lot earlier in WaniKani about the balance between accuracy, using accuracy as a readout versus escalating volume for lessons. This would be a great example. I do expect because of the nature of character studies, my accuracy and my consistency is going to suffer for a higher volume. But there is a line that I won't cross. There will be a bottom line, and then when that bottom line is reached, then I would probably slow down. I would try to deliberately slow down to be a little bit more consistent. We'll see if it reaches that point. Anyways, until next time, you're more than welcome to come on by and discuss how you would go about this. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys next time. Take care now. Bye.